There's an underdog story happening today in America. Small businesses are fighting to make a comeback, but in the moment they have the least, they're giving the most. They're rallying communities and neighborhoods, yet asking for little in return. Well, it's time we gave back. Small Unites is making it simple for everyone to take action and support the small businesses that unite us all. Find out how you can donate, shop, and share today at smallunites.org.
Does this place look haunted?
No, I don't think so.
What about those two creepy girls?
Come stay with us.
That is truly frightening.
You know what's really scary? Missing out on Geico's great service. With Geico, you get 24/7 access to licensed agents.
Thank you, creepy girls.
Want to see our room?
We're gonna sleep in the car now.
Happy Geico-ing. Switch today for 24/7 access to licensed agents.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Los Angeles Dodgers, the Tampa Bay Rays.
It's gone! A line drive home run about 3 feet over the fence and left. Justin Turner.
I thought we did a really good job against him tonight, battling him, making him work, making him throw a lot of pitches, and that's kind of the MO of our offense. When we do that, we can create some havoc on the bases.
2-2, swing and a miss. Got him with a curveball, and that is 10 strikeouts through 6 terrific innings for Walker Buehler.
He was outstanding.
Only a few guys, currently and throughout history, he's in some really elite company, and I'm just happy he's wearing a Dodger uniform.
I think at this point I've kind of been through this thing a couple times, and now it's all about winning, and that's all I really care about. Obviously, that's stuff that we can think back on a little bit, but right now I just want to win 2 more games.
And the Dodgers win Game 3 by a score of 6-2. Behind some very impressive pitching tonight, and they now lead the World Series 2-1.
The World Series on ESPN Radio is presented by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, proven tough battery selection. That's what makes AutoZone your battery solution, where help is always in stock. Get in the zone. Now for the call of Game 4. Alongside Chris Singleton and Jessica Mendoza, here's Dan Shulman.
The Dodgers up 2-1, Game 4 tonight in the World Series. Dan Shulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza. Is it must win? Is it virtual must win? It's a big game, Singy, for the Tampa Bay Rays tonight.
It's critical, and sure, it's not an elimination game, but it's a situation where if you fall down in the series 3-1, especially against a team like the Dodgers. You saw what the Dodgers did to the Atlanta Braves. Don't think the Rays would be capable of doing that to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
So what's the path to victory tonight for the Tampa Bay Rays if they're to beat Julio Urias and the Dodgers in this game?
Yarbrough to get enough innings to where he can get it to the best forearms, I would throw in this case, for Tampa Bay Rays. That's really what the biggest asset for this team has been. And then even on the flip side, this is the game, Dan. They have to win. Yes, it's not an elimination game, but it's a must-win in the sense that this is more of a bullpen game for the Dodgers. You can't they've already shown how they struggle against Walker Buehler and Clayton Kershaw. So against these kind of games, they have to win.
And if the Dodgers win tonight, it's 3-1 Dodgers, and Kershaw's on the mound tomorrow night in Game 5, which, given the way that he looked in Game 1, not an enviable position for the Tampa Bay Rays. So it does feel like it's a huge game, and it does feel like every other game in this series, as you guys said, get the lead. Get the lead, put your best arms there, and have the other manager decide not to bring his best arms in out of the bullpen and, live to fight another day. We'll see how it sorts itself out. The roof is open tonight at Globe Life Field. It was closed last night. We understand it is a little bit cool down in Arlington, but otherwise calm and pleasant, just like it is here in our studios in Bristol, Connecticut. And the roof is open at Globe Life Field. One thing to note just before we get to the lineups, Cody Bellinger, some stiffness in his back, so he has been moved from center field to DH. A.J. Pollock from DH to center field. We will keep an eye on that over the course of the night.
Yeah, and for me, Dan, it's interesting because you look at the surface that the Dodgers have been playing on for the past couple of weeks. It's not your natural grass where it's a little softer and gives more, and I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen a situation like this sooner. So hopefully for Cody Bellinger, the night off of the field will help him to be strong, and I think more than anything, he'd like his team to be able to wrap this up in the next couple of days so it's not too big of a factor.
The Dodgers and the Rays tonight in Game 4. Again, the Rays are the home team as they were last night, as they will be tomorrow night. Mookie Betts has just popped out of the Dodger dugout and made his way to the on-deck circle. And we're just waiting for Ryan Yarbrough and the Rays to take the field to get it started tonight. Chris Guccione is the home plate umpire. Jerry Meals will be at first. Mark Carlson at second. Laz Diaz at third. Todd Titchener down the left field line, and the crew chief, Bill Miller, who had the plate last night, will be down the right field line. Again, they are selling tickets at about 25% capacity, so at about 11,000 to 12,000 people in the ballpark tonight in Arlington as Yarbrough and the Rays take the field now for Game 4. And that takes us to tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by Cintas. More than 1 million businesses trust Cintas to help them stay clean and safe. Learn how they can get your business ready at Cintas.com. Cintas, ready for the workday. For the Dodgers, leading off as always, Mookie Betts. Batting second, the shortstop, Corey Seager. Hitting third and playing third, Justin Turner, who had a big night last night. The cleanup hitter was the first baseman, Max Muncy. Batting fifth and catching tonight is Will Smith. The number 6 hitter, as we mentioned, now DHing Cody Bellinger. Hitting seventh in center field, A.J. Pollock. Batting eighth in left field is Chris Taylor. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Kike Hernandez. This is the Dodger lineup against a left-handed pitcher. Starting for the Dodgers, a left-hander of their own in Julio Urias, who has given up just 1 earned run in 16 innings during the postseason. For the Rays, leading off at first base, Yandy Diaz. Batting second, the DH, Randy Arozarena, who hit his 8th home run of the postseason last night. Batting third, the third baseman, Mike Brasso, in there to face a lefty. The cleanup hitter was the left fielder, Manuel Margot. Batting fifth at second base and dropped down because they're facing a lefty, Brandon Lau. Batting sixth, the shortstop, Willie Adames. Hunter Renfroe is in right field and batting seventh. Batting eighth, the catcher, Mike Zunino. And the number 9 hitter was the center fielder, Kevin Kiermaier. On the mound for the Rays tonight is left-hander Ryan Yarbrough, who has made 6 career postseason appearances, 2-0 with a 2.63 ERA over 13 2/3 innings pitched. He did pitch earlier in this series in relief, went just 2/3 of an inning, gave up a couple of base hits. He has made a couple of 5-inning outings earlier in the postseason, and in each of them, gave up 2 earned runs. He is not a hard thrower at all. Fastball, 87-88. He'll cut it into righties, change up away, sink it to lefties, curveball to lefties. He's the king of soft contact. Of all pitchers in the majors this year who had 100 or more batted balls against them, he had the lowest exit velocity of all of them. So he won't overpower you, and he's trying to make sure that you don't overpower him. We'll see how it goes. Betts is in the box. Yarbrough's ready to go. And Game 4 is underway with a cutter that comes in high, ball 1. Mookie Betts is the only guy on either team tonight, really, that has a reasonable amount of experience against the other team's starting pitcher. And Yarbrough has held the upper hand against Betts back when Betts was in Boston. The next pitch is swinging a foul off, and it's 1-1. Betts 2 for 13 in his career against Yarbrough.
I think one of the biggest things for the Dodger hitters tonight are just picking up the release point, because Yarbrough kind of falls into that, funky lefty category with the way his delivery is. I always said as a hitter, it's like you feel like ankles, knees, elbows, and wrists are coming at you before the ball does.
He is 6'5", works from near the third base edge of the rubbers. The 1-1 fouled off the mask of the catcher, Zunino. He's fine. 1-2, throws the new ball back out to the mound, now takes the mask off to make sure the mask is fine. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Mookie Betts.
He threw 19 pitches in that World Series opener. None were a swing and miss. To your point, Dan, I mean, his game is soft contact, but does not get a lot of swing throughs.
Yep. Betts waiting, holding the bat high above his back shoulder, and the 1-2, a changeup in the dirt, and it bounces away 2-2. That was not a good one at all, but Yarbrough has a very good changeup that is a very effective pitch for him against right-handed batters.
Oh, you could tell right there he didn't want to make a mistake with it, so wanted to make sure that he got it down and just kind of shot-putted it right into the ground.
5 innings, 2 runs in a game against the Yankees in the division series. 5 innings, 2 runs in a game against the Astros in the league championship series. Now the 2-2 to Betts, and that pitch misses inside at the belt. 3-2. Looked like he dropped down a little bit there, and that cutter really ran horizontally right in near the belt of Betts. Mitch missed the strike zone by a bunch. So it's a full count on Betts with Seager to follow and then Turner. Yarbrough into his windup and the 3-2 on the way, and Betts swings and he's popped it up. Back of first, Yandy Diaz into foul territory. Now backpedaling back into fair territory to make the catch. 1 down.
Brandon Lau looking at him like, you sure you got it? Because everything looked good going into foul territory. But as you mentioned earlier, the roof is open, so that's going to add another element in terms of pushing the ball back into the field of play.
So Diaz makes the play for the first out of the night, and here's Corey Seager. Seager hitting .304 with 7 home runs during the postseason. Hit 5 of them during the National League Championship Series when he was named Series MVP. Left-handed batter against the lefty in Yarbrough, so Yarbrough attacks lefties a little bit differently than he does righties. And the first pitch to Seager, there's a 4-seam fastball that misses down and away. That was 89 miles an hour, guys, and that might be top-end velocity for Ryan Yarbrough.
Yeah, definitely much better than the regular season. Regular season topped out at 86.
1-0, and a breaking ball misses down and away, ball 2. But how many pitchers have we seen, guys, in October, whether it's amped up or what have you? Almost every pitcher, it seems like, is throwing harder than they did during the regular season.
Yeah, we have seen that. The cutter is the pitch. He tops out at 86. He gets up to 91 with the 4-seam fastball. But, Dan, it's a little hard to tell sometimes which one it is because of that arm slot that he throws from.
The 2-0 on the way to Seager, and he missed outside. Yarbrough did. Ball 3.
Can you imagine if it's...
Would you see that as 4-seamer or cutter?
But I mean, I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. If it's hard for us to tell, imagine being in the batter's box.
Yeah. Justin Turner waiting on deck. 3-0 the count on Seager. Will they like what he sees here on this 3-0 pitch? He does, and he swings and he lines it right to the second baseman, Brandon Lau. 2 down.
Uh-oh, Dan. This is kind of starting to feel like you know where I'm going.
I know where you're going. Yeah.
Early in the championship series against the Astros, where it was just bullet after bullet, every ball in play. It's like they had 15 guys defensively, Jess. It was unbelievable.
In the right spot.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
4 outfielders.
Alex Bregman had 1 game in that series. In 1 game, hit 5 balls, came off the bat at better than 95 miles an hour, and all 5 were outs. I mean, the Astros hit the ball hard.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Way here in Game 4 of the World Series, and the batter was Justin Turner, who had a nice night last night, 2 for 5, a home run and a double, as he takes a cutter in for ball 1.
I feel like you kind of want to expound on that a little bit.
No,
but I'll do it for you.
I'm good.
Folks, let's just get it out early. Last night pregame, Dan Schulman's pick to click was Justin Turner.
Well, now, hang on. Somebody asked me, hey, who is your pick to click? I don't want people to think I'm favoring one team over another. We were right.
All right.
We were just being playful, and I said, Justin Turner. And then hits a first-inning home run.
The Canadian likes the redheads.
I had a pick to click for the Rays the game before. The 1-0 is down low, ball 2.
You're in the zone right now. I mean, you
I
won
am
today.
in the zone.
The lineup.
Yeah, I had the lineup
feeling
today.
Pretty good.
But let's not forget, I'm Canadian. And what does that mean? I'm neutral. Right? 2-0 the count on Turner. And a swing and a ball lifted in the air, center field, pretty deep. Kiermaier back, jumps, can't get it. Home run, straight away center field. Justin Turner, as he homers in the first inning for the second night in a row, and it is 1-0 Dodgers.
Guys, I definitely think the roof being open help that get out of the ballpark. Didn't look like he got that off the sweet spot of the barrel in the straightaway center field. Nothing was holding that up.
Yeah, it was a cutter in singing. And to your point, it wasn't right on that sweet spot of the barrel. He actually got a little bit out in front of it. 106 miles an hour still off the bat, but your point, straightaway center. I thought Kiermaier had a beat on it, and then he just kept going.
And Yarbrough, as we get a look at the replay, looks surprised that that ball went out from his vantage point. Kiermaier maybe 2 feet away. If the ball had been hit about 2 feet less, Kiermaier might have been able to go over the wall and bring it back. But as it is 1-0 Dodgers. Max Muncy now takes up and away ball 1.
A little deja vu last night, Justin Turner, first inning.
Yep.
Solo shot, got the Dodgers on the board.
Is the 1-0, and Yarbrough right down the middle with a fastball for a strike, 1-1. And, you know, they got so many guys, Betts and Bellinger and Seager. And I think we forget how important, not we forget, but every now and again, if he's not swinging the bat as well as he normally does, we forget how big a part of this team Justin Turner has been for a few years now. There's a breaking ball in for a strike, and it's 1-2 on Muncy.
Well, even before, obviously, Mookie Betts got there, you know, and Corey Seager was struggling. Cody Bellinger got some love, but if you spend any time in Dodger Nation in and around L.A., it's all about the red-headed gear. Like, everyone's got their Turner decked out, carrot top.
1-2 to Muncy. And a swing and a one-hopper to the right side of the infield with a shift on. That'll be the shortstop, Adames, making the play, and that will retire the side. But the Dodgers do take the early lead as Justin Turner homers in the first inning for the second game in a row. 1-0 LA going to the bottom of the first, and this is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by AutoZone.
If I learned one thing from this great game of baseball, it's that she'll humble you. You think you've got it figured out, you check the standings, and you're in last place again. I'm Eric Rubino, Fantasy Baseball GM, and I can put my team in position to win every single time, but I can't play the games, people. At least Progressive's Name Your Price tool has options based on my budget. It never lets me down, unlike my pitching staff. Amateurs!
Get options based on your budget with Progressive, even if you're not a legend in your own mind. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Listen to every game live or on demand with MLB Audio.
That is long gone!
Listen to home, away, and Spanish language where available, including in-market radio broadcasts on supported iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, Android, and Amazon devices.
An amazing play!
Download MLB today. It's your #1 app for live baseball.
There goes another one!
Blackouts and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.com for details.
Customers, students, and staff expect a new level of clean. Cintas has the essential products and services to help you carry out cleaning protocols effectively. Cintas performs surface sanitizer and disinfectant spray services to common touchpoints, installs and refills touchless hand sanitizer dispensers, and provides commercial laundry services to help minimize employee exposure. Give everyone the confidence they need to keep coming back. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
It could be a routine drive to pick up the kids after school or an epic road trip across the country. No matter where your travels take you, we know those miles count. We're Marathon. We have over 5,700 stations across our great nation. Our people are working hard every day to provide you with quality top-tier gasoline to improve engine performance and fuel your life. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the first, and the Dodgers with an early 1-0 lead in support of 24-year-old left-hander Julio Urias. From Mexico, signed as a 16-year-old, who made his major league debut as a 19-year-old. Missed a lot of 2017 and most of 2018 after shoulder surgery. Has come back stronger and stronger the last couple of years. Has already made 16 postseason appearances in his young career. 6-2 with a 2.84 ERA. This year, as we mentioned, 4 appearances. He has won all of them. Some as a starter, some at a relief, and he's allowed only 1 earned run in 16 innings. Yandy Diaz looks at a first pitch fastball in for his strike. And we are underway here in the bottom of the first. During the regular season, Urias went 3-0 with a 3.27 ERA in 11 appearances, 10 of them starts. 16 strikeouts and only 3 walks in 16 innings in the playoffs as he misses up and away with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-1 on Yandy Diaz, getting the start at first base tonight for the Rays. Kevin Cash has loaded up with as many right-handed batters as he has on his roster. All 7 of them are in there. 1-1, and Urias takes a little bit off and finds the zone 1-2. So he's got Diaz in instead of Choi. He's got Renfroe in instead of Meadows. He's got Brasso in instead of Wendell. But you know the 3 guys I just mentioned, the lefties, they're all coming later when Dave Roberts goes to the bullpen. 1-2 is outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, so far 2 pitches that he's thrown. Arm side, that fastball that Kevin Cash, the Rays skipper, talked about, Urias likes to go to try to put hitters away, and he's not been able to command that, just leaving it way outside to the left.
There's the 2-2 to Diaz and a swing and a foul back. He had a good cut at that pitch that was right down the middle of the plate. Looked like a slider there from Urias. Fastball tops out about 94 miles an hour. He's got a curveball, a changeup, and the occasional slider as well. He's been very important. Remember, he pitched the last 3 innings of Game 7 of the NLCS. There's a swing and a miss. 96 on that fastball as Urias strikes out Diaz. Urias pitched, Jess, you did the game, the last 3 innings in relief in Game 7 against Atlanta. 9 up, 9 down out of the bullpen.
And Kenley Jansen was out there in the bullpen kind of kicking dirt around, put me in. I want to close out this series for the team. And I really credit Dave Roberts for keeping Julio in that game. Why? Because this is the biggest start of his career.
Here's a strike taken by Randy Arozarena.
And he was so prepared, having pitched that Game 7, to come in and now start this game.
1-0 Dodgers, bottom of the first. Arozarena takes a curveball in for a strike, and it's 0-2. And he's got a little something to say to Chris Guccione. He didn't like that strike call. Arozarena last night hit a home run off Kenley Jansen. The 8th home run that he has hit in the postseason this year. Here's the 0-2 on the way, and a swing and a high fastball is fouled off at the plate by Arozarena. And granted, Arozarena's had extra rounds and playoff games and that sort of thing, but that still ties him for the most home runs ever hit in a single postseason.
Pretty tough pitching as well, and you look at the way that the game is so specific now compared to back when Beltran, back when Barry Bonds, hit 8 home runs in the postseason.
Here's the 0-2 again, and a swing and a liner into center field, just beyond the reach of the shortstop, Corey Seager, and on an 0-2 pitch, Arozarena aboard on a base hit.
It's like he almost fooled Julio by complaining about the curveball call. He goes right back to that same spot, same pitch, but with 2 strikes, drives it up the middle.
It's going to be fascinating to watch him over the course of 162 games, if there is indeed a 162-game season next year. We've been watching this for about 4 weeks right now, but as word gets around next year, I think he's at least going to be a good player, but are we looking at a star? It's a little hard to say right now, I think.
It is, and being in Tampa as well, just because of the fact they will mix and match.
First pitch strike on a fastball for Mike Brasso, the third baseman.
You wonder how long he's going to have to extend playing well to get that benefit of the doubt that he's going to be in there every single day, no matter what, which would then give him the opportunity to really become that superstar.
Brasso, a platoon guy, generally plays against lefties. The 0-1 in on his hands, and he fouls it off 0-2. Yeah, Arozarena's played every day. Lau has only missed 1 game. Kiermaier only out because he was hurt for a little bit. Adames has played every day. But kind of first, third, right, they really move people around. And Brasso's one of those guys. He can play first, second, and third. And a right-handed bat with very good numbers this season against lefties. 1-0 Dodgers, bottom of the first. And the 0-2, he fights off an up-and-away fastball. Well, he got his leg kick going early right there, didn't he?
It's the way to go. Get that front foot down. A lot of times when guys struggle, it's because the front foot's down. They are drifting towards the baseball, so their hands are coming forward. They don't get to hit against a firm front side, and the struggle just gets worse and worse. So you'd rather be a little bit early than late because I think that adjustment is easier than the other way around.
No balls, 2 strikes. The count remains on Mike Brasso. Runner at first, and the 0-2 again. Swing and a miss. Fastball gets him. 2 down.
This is Julio Urias's bread and butter, elevating that fastball to the top of the zone. He'll throw the curveball and the changeup off of it. This is what Kevin Cash talked to us pregame about, though, is for these right-handed batters to not chase that elevated fastball. Problem is, it's a strike. And he's having a ton of success with that swing and miss so far in this first inning.
Yeah, both of the 2-strike fastballs were not above the belt. As you said, Jess, they were in the zone. Guys had to swing at them, but he's got enough on it to get it by them. Here's Manuel Margot. Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch, and it's 0-1 on Margot. Getting the start in left field tonight. Arozarena is the DH tonight for Tampa Bay.
You know, he's way out in front of that, but you can't fault the guy. He go up there 0-0. At least he was all in on the swing. He was swinging no matter what, so come out of your shoes. If you miss it by a mile, at least we know you were committed to it.
Here's the 0-1 now, and a fastball, swing and a miss. The runner going, throw down on a bounce, but not in time. Arozarena steals second base. Now 0-2 on Margot.
Great job. Not easy to do when you've got a left-hander on the mound. Probably first move that Arozarena went on, and seeing the ball go down there, it looked like Kike Hernandez kind of had a little ice cream cone ball in the top. Most times you try to keep the tag on the runner in case he comes off of the base, and not sure that Kike was able to do that.
And the Dodgers have asked for a challenge right now. The crew chief, Bill Miller, and the second base umpire, Mark Carlson, are putting the headsets on the third base side of the field. It looked like Kike Hernandez got the tag down on the outside of the left thigh of Arozarena. And from the replay we're seeing right now, guys, I think they got him.
I agree.
So an early challenge here in the first inning. Kike Hernandez is looking up at the scoreboard. He just saw a replay, and he's starting to walk off the field. The umpires have not taken their headsets off and rendered their decision, but all the Dodgers are coming off the field. This will be interesting if they don't overturn the call, because they're all going to have to come back out. And he is out. There's the call. A great play by Hernandez. The throw bounce got the tag down. The call is overturned, and the inning is over. At the end of 1, it's the Dodgers 1 and the Rays 0. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Order! Continue, Ms. Garner.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
Limited time offer. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Sure, the players bring some skill to the game, but if I don't put them in my lineup, who cares? Not me. I'm Eric Rubino, fantasy baseball GM and league runner-up 2 of the last 9 years. I use the progressive Name Your Price tool with options based on my budget. And for a guy that's used to being in control, it fits. Like this runner-up t-shirt. Champ gets a trophy, but you can't wear a trophy. Boom.
Get options based on your budget with Progressive, even if you're not a legend in your own mind. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It could be a routine drive to pick up the kids after school or an epic road trip across the country. No matter where your travels take you, we know those miles count. We're Marathon. We have over 5,700 stations across our great nation. Our people are working hard every day to provide you with quality top-tier gasoline to improve engine performance and fuel your life. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Picking up an online order? No problem. It'll just be a moment. You know, we've got more convenient ways to shop besides our same-day store pickup. You can also shop from your car with our free curbside pickup. Or you can even shop completely from home with our free next-day delivery. Just order by 10 p.m. on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Free next-day delivery on eligible orders. Restrictions at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Top of the second inning, the Dodgers lead the Rays by a score of 1-0. For unique content during the World Series and hot stove updates during the offseason, follow MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Dan Schulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney. 1-0 Dodgers on the Justin Turner home run. Turner, by the way, guys, becoming the first player ever to hit a home run in the first inning of consecutive World Series games. Did it last night, did it again tonight. 1-0 L.A. as Will Smith will lead off the second against Ryan Yarbrough. Smith is catching tonight. He's been bouncing back and forth between catching and DHing, depending on whether or not Austin Barnes is the catcher du jour for the Dodgers.
Got to feel pretty good about their catcher position right now.
Yeah, they do.
Barnes did last night.
Yeah. Here's the first pitch to Smith and a swing and a foul off 0-1. Now, Singy, let's see how good your memory is. About 10 days ago, I said to you, I hope we get a Ryan Yarbrough-Will Smith matchup at some point, and I told you why. You remember? He never listens, Jess. Like never.
I mean, there's so much, and then he throws in math a lot of times. And
yeah,
that just throws me off.
Yeah.
and then it's like
then there's
Charlie
a test
Brown.
at the end of the night. The 0-1 swing and a miss. There's a good change from Yarbrough. 0-2. These are the two guys in this series who don't look like they've ever shaved. Ever. Look at these two
I was
guys.
expecting some nerdy math thing.
No. Look at these baby-faced, rosy-cheeked guys. And one guy's 28 and one guy's 25. Look at these baby faces on these two. The 0-2 is outside, ball one. Now, Jess is going to get a good close look. I can feel Jess's concentration right now.
I am. I'm wondering if they've ever used a razor,
Look at this,
especially
right?
Will Smith. Like,
Right?
I'm pretty
Baby
sure.
This could be a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old going against each other, and they're in the World Series. Pitches outside, 2-2. I'm not disputing their age. I'm just saying, lucky guys, they look 10 years younger, and 10 years from now, they'll be happy to look 10 years younger than they are.
And the more we recognize those things is a confirmation of how old we're getting.
Absolutely.
Because it's like, wow, they look young.
Yeah.
These kids look so young today.
Yeah, the 2-2. There's a changeup hit weakly towards third. Charging Brasso, bare hands and throws, but not nearly in time. Smith runs pretty well, and really there was just nothing Brasso could do with that.
Yeah, he was playing behind the bag at third, deep enough to where it's a swinging bunt. First of all, you're fooled because it's a full swing. And for a guy who hasn't played much third base in this postseason, I don't even think Joey Wendell's got a chance at making that play.
You mean Joey Lunchpail?
Yeah, Joey. Oh, you're trying to make Buster mad, aren't you? Already.
No, Buster's a good sport. I tweeted it out, and he retweeted it. And really, what's more of a confirmation in today's world than a retweet? Right? So,
and from Buster only.
I retract that statement. Yeah. And from Buster, that's right. Here's Cody Bellinger. Runner at first, nobody out, 1-0 Dodgers. Top of the second, a swing and a ball popped foul back out of play on Bellinger. And guys, let's keep an eye on the swing because as we mentioned off the top of the show, some back stiffness, a late change. Bellinger not in center field anymore. Now he's DHing. And when you've got some back stiffness, can you swing the bat as hard as Cody Bellinger swings the bat?
Yeah, let's look and see if there's a pattern in terms of velocity and location to try to, take advantage of that.
The 0-1 is low. 1-1 strike, and it looked like there Zunino thought Smith might have been running, but he wasn't, as Zunino popped out of his crouch in a heartbeat. The Rays have the shift on with Adames, the shortstop, coming around to the right side of the bag, alone on the left side of the infield, the third baseman, Mike Brasso. 1-1 strike, the count. And the pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And a huge cut there at a curveball that he missed by a wide margin, 1-2.
I think his back's okay.
Well, Dan, there was just a good look. The pitch before, I love the low home, which basically gives you the closest view of what a pitcher looks like to the batter. And to your point, Singy, this is exactly where Cody Bellinger was fooled. It's a curveball, but everything about Yarbrough seems like it's coming at you. You have to start early as a lefty.
1-2, and a little check swing pop-up, and it'll be Yarbrough going out and making the catch, racing out towards third base, almost colliding with Brasso. But with Brasso in the shift, Yarbrough had the best look at that ball, and he just made a really good play to retire Bellinger.
All right, so we have watched so mini baseball games over the years, and I don't think I've ever seen that play, especially in the shift era, that something that close to being a train wreck. Great job by Yarbrough to just track it and not give up on it, but it was a major accident waiting to happen.
Yeah. I don't know if Yarbrough doesn't go for it, I don't know if Brasso gets there.
He doesn't.
I
no.
think it bounces.
No, I thought
and then it's trouble.
It looked
right?
like a softball slap hit. Like he check swinged it. It looked like it was going to drop in for a base hit.
And good job by Yarbrough to be, I guess, aware enough that because they were in the shift, he had to go get that ball. He was the guy. So 1 on, 1 out. Here's A.J. Pollock, who takes a changeup outside for ball 1.
And
Pollock in center field.
And if he's right-handed, he doesn't make that play. You know, fortunately, being left-handed, he's falling to the right and is able to get into a really great running stride right away and have that extension to get there.
Well, and without a beard, he's got less friction.
True.
So
True.
he gets
True.
there faster.
True.
I'm not proud of
Aerodynamic.
myself either, so don't worry. I'll see myself out. 1-0 the count on Pollock. And a swing and a miss. Another changeup. That one down below the knees. 1-1.
He really sells it, that changeup with the arm speed. I mean, he just whipped that arm through just like the fastball and never got there.
I'm surprised he does not throw more to lefties. A left-on-left change, of course, Pollock, the right-handed batter, but it is such a good pitch for him, and he literally throws almost no changeups to left-handed batters.
Yeah, a lot of lefties afraid to throw that change down and into a lefty, but they'll use it extensively against righties. Yarbrough, one of those guys. The 1-1 and another one. And a weak ground ball out in front of the plate. Zunino up with it and on to first to get Pollock easily. 2 down as Smith comes to second. And now we are seeing Yarbrough settle into a groove and really get comfortable with his changeup.
You know, guys, Kevin Cash, though, today did say that glove side that Yarbrough can throw that changeup and run it back over the outside part of the plate to a lefty.
Right.
Said that in the meeting today, which I found interesting because I close to never see a left-hander do that. I mean, that's pretty hard to have the movement, but because he doesn't have the velocity, he doesn't throw through it. Some guys throw too hard, and there's not enough time for it to sort of run back over that outside corner.
I've seen it more this year than I've ever seen it, is the left-on-left changeup. I think more pitchers are going to it. He threw 250 changeups, only 13 to left-handed batters all season long, including the postseason.
Runner at second, 2 down, 1-0 Dodgers. Chris Taylor, the left fielder, is the batter right now for L.A., hitting in the 8th spot tonight for the Dodgers. Yarbrough, a look back at Smith at second base. And now the first pitch, another changeup, but he missed down and away, ball 1. I think some of the real established veteran guys like Hyun-Jin Ryu, the former Dodger, will do it all the time. But it's like it's a mental thing. You got to get comfortable with it. You got to believe you can do it, and that you're not going to leave it in a bad spot down and in, and a lefty's going to hit it 2 miles. So, but you're right. A small percentage of lefties are comfortable throwing a changeup to a left-handed batter. But boy, is it a weapon for him against righties. Here's the 1-0 and another one, and a swing and a foul off 1-1. And that's why sometimes Yarbrough has been what's known as a reverse split guy, where his numbers are better against righties than they are against lefties. And it's because of the combination, the cutter in and the changeup down and away. Dodgers getting a run of the first on the Justin Turner home run. And now trying to pick up a 2-out run-scoring base hit here in the second, which is something they have done exceedingly well in the postseason, way better than any other team. Yarbrough checks the runner Smith, and the 1-1, and it's way high, ball 2.
They just showed a shot over the dugout, Dodgers side, and those guys don't look like they have a care in the world.
Yeah.
They look like it's a Little League game, and they're just hanging out. I mean, this is the World Series. This is Game 4 of the World Series, and we're just doing what we do and smiling and laughing and having a good time. Good for them. I'd be like a wreck.
They didn't look like that against the Braves, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's true.
They had different looks on their faces.
The 2-1. In there for a strike, 2-2. We even saw it from the Rays in the first inning when Diaz went into foul territory and they had to come back into fair, right? And he and Lau were playing with each other. And then when Seager smoked the ball right at Lau, Adames was yelling something at him. It's great.
I think it's really kind of the way that to diffuse that pressure. You have to be able to sort of laugh at yourself, try to breathe in and enjoy the moment, and not treat it like it's your best. To treat it like it's not a bigger game than what you normally play.
Yeah. The 2-2 on the way, and yet another changeup. This one misses low. It's a full count now on Taylor, with Kike Hernandez on deck if Taylor gets aboard.
I would imagine to an extent that, it's still the same for players, but for me, when I was playing and we were in the postseason, gosh, I couldn't wait to get to the ballpark and just get to practice, because being in the hotel and doing all your stuff, like, that's where you're thinking about everything. And once you put that uniform on, then it's like, all right, you relax, and that's your sanctuary out there in the field.
The set by Yarbrough. And the 3-2 on the way, and he got him. A swing and a miss at a cut fastball there to retire the side as the Dodgers leave a man aboard. To the bottom of the second, 1-0 Dodgers. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
At CDW, we get that even the biggest jobs need to fit on your lap.
It's true. My entire workday happens right here on my lap.
And you can get it done faster with the performance and security of a device configured by CDW and powered by 10th Gen Intel app.
It's true. My entire workday happens right here on my lap.
And you can get it done faster with the performance and security of a device configured by CDW and powered by 10th Gen Intel Core V Pro processors.
Nice.
Are you done yet, Mommy?
More time for story time.
An even better use of your lap. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/IntelBeGreat.
My husband, Alex Hussey, was hit by an IED in Afghanistan.
I was point man in foot patrol, and I stopped on the bomb. Lost my legs and my left hand in an explosion.
DAV helps veterans of every generation to get the benefits they've earned.
To see Alex learning to snow ski, that's life-changing.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
This has meant so much. Thank you, DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Today, everyone is expecting you to maintain a new level of clean, from customers and employees to students and staff. Cintas has the essential products and services to help you carry out cleaning protocols effectively. We'll keep you well stocked with cleaning supplies, professionally laundered uniforms, and other essentials like face masks, hand sanitizer, and thermometers. Give everyone the confidence they need to keep coming back. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the second inning in Game 4. Dan Shulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza. The Dodgers won, and the Rays nothing. The Dodgers leading the series 2-1. It'll be Manuel Margot, Brandon Lau, and Willie Adames for the Rays. Margot was at the plate when Randy Arozarena was thrown out trying to steal. So he's back up there to start the bottom of the second against Julio Urias. And here's what Urias has done so far this postseason. Game 1 of the wild card series against Milwaukee, 3 scoreless innings with 5 strikeouts. Then he pitched 5 innings in relief of Game 3 of the division series against San Diego. 5 innings, 1 unearned run, allowed only 1 hit. Then he started Game 3 of the championship series against Atlanta. That was the 15-3 game. As he's in there with a breaking ball, strike 1 to Manuel Margot. 5 innings, 1 run, and threw 101 pitches, so he's stretched out still. And then on 3 days rest, he pitched 3 perfect innings in relief in Game 7 to lock down the pennant for the Dodgers. Now a swing and a miss at a fastball, and he's out in front of another Rays hitter, 0-2.
One of the interesting things over the course of the regular season was that he had struggles in the first inning. His first inning ERA was 9 over the year. Now, it wasn't just in 1 or 2 starts, and there was some starts where he put zeros up.
0-2 on the way, and a fastball fouled back by Margot to stay alive.
Sometimes a guy's ERA can be skewed because of a bad outing or two, and, the majority of the outings could have been nails, but that wasn't the case for him. He had, several, first inning runs or multiple runs in the first inning, sprinkled in with some zeros, but you wonder if that contributed at all to not starting right away into the postseason.
0-2, and he bounces in a curveball, ball one. And again, we know Buehler's a starter. We know Kershaw's a starter during the season. Also, Urias, Gonsolin, and May were all, for the most part, starters, and they've all been used in different roles in the postseason. Urias has responded much better. He's a little more experienced, but has responded much better than May and Gonsolin so far. 1-2, swing and a miss. 95, here you go. 3 strikeouts already for Urias.
Composure is just excellent, and I mean, this kid's got a great story. I mean, you look, folks, you can't see it, but we can. He's had 4 to 5 eye surgeries.
Right.
It's just been through a lot.
Yeah, his story, especially coming from Mexico, and I mean, you think about the history of Los Angeles. Like, I grew up in L.A. My father's family is all from Mexico. We grew up with Fernando Mania, so knowing that it's been 35 years since Fernando Valenzuela.
First pitch to Brandon Lau, into the knees for a strike.
And how much Julio Urias means to the country of Mexico. And also, I mean, you think about the 38 million Mexicans in the U.S. I mean, the amount of support that has come out, especially the last couple weeks.
The 0-1 on the way. Check swing by Lau, and it's just outside. A ball and a strike.
As someone who grew up in the L.A. area and being Mexican myself, like, it's amazing how much influence, and honestly, how there's a lot of Latin players, but not very many from Mexico.
Yeah. 1-1 on the way, and Lau yanks it to right field. Going back, jumping. Mookie Betts is there to make a fine grab. 2 down.
The look on Urias' face is just kind of this half smile and like, yeah, I've been watching him do that, and it's kind of cool to see him do that for me out there. But Mookie's just, it's unbelievable. I mean, he didn't have the best drop step in terms of angle to get back and make that a little bit easier, but that's what great athletes do. They're able to adjust, and that athletic ability takes over.
The hops. I mean, how high he went to get in the air over his head.
As good an outfielder as there is in the game. Now a swing and a miss by Willie Adames, and the bat goes flying over to the on-deck circle over near Hunter Renfroe, but he's okay. 0-1 on Adames.
But as good of an outfielder as Mookie Betts is, he made a mistake there. And I think it's such a great lesson for kids to watch and see the best players, because they're not always going to be perfect. He froze on a line drive hit right at him. He actually took a first step in, got beat, recovered, went back, and made a great catch.
And listen to the chant. And he's smiling right now. You can't see it, but take our word for it. Mostly Dodger fans in Arlington chanting as the 0 is down and in. 1-1 to Adames. Mookie, Mookie. And you know what? He kind of felt it, and he just had this big smile that he couldn't hold in anymore. This kind of stuff's good for the game. Players smiling, personality. 1-1. At the knees for a called strike. Adames didn't like it. He thought that breaking ball was low.
A little generous there. That was down. He's having a friendly word with the umpire, just to kind of, as a hitter, a lot of times you'll ask an umpire, hey, is that as low as you're going to go? It kind of lets him know you don't agree with the call, but it's also a little bit of a check of, hey, that's got to be the bottom. Got to be the bottom of the strike zone. If we go any lower than that, then there's definitely going to be a problem.
2 down to the bases empty. 1-0 L.A. in the bottom of the second. A ball and 2 strikes, the count on Adames. And a fastball hit to center field, hit fairly well, but Pollock has lots of room out in straightaway center and makes the catch, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Julio Urias. At the end of 2, it's the Dodgers 1 and the Rays 0. And this is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Fall is in the air. Fall projects are on the list, and the Home Depot is ready with more ways than ever to help. Use our mobile app to search, shop, and save. Choose flexible delivery options that bring everything you need right to your door. And if you need tools for a project, but not forever, you can rent them. You won't find a better toolbox anywhere else. Take on fall and fall projects now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling.
No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me.
Uh-huh. What else?
I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore.
If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to?
I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities, or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at Advanced Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, our arms are wide open to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Space Force, and the DoD. All are welcome to join, whether you're active duty, a veteran, or if you have family who have served. We've always got your six. That's why members earn and save $361 more per year by banking with us. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org. Dollar value based on 2019 study by Navy Federal.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Top of the third inning and a 1-0 lead for the Dodgers over the Rays in Game 4 of the World Series, along with Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney. Mark Kestisher is with us as well. I'm Dan Schulman. A first-inning home run by Justin Turner, the only run of the game so far. The batter leading off the third for the Dodgers will be Kike Hernandez, batting ninth and playing second. And again, this is Dave Roberts' lineup against a lefty. Hernandez will be in there. Jock Peterson will not. But later on in the game, if a righty comes in, you'll probably see Peterson pinch hit for Hernandez. Taylor will come in to play second base. They got a good thing going. Both managers really have a good thing going. But both managers can make some moves, can try to win the matchups. And we've seen some chess already in the first three games of this series. I think for the most part, guys, in Game 2, that was really the most strategy-laden game of this series so far.
Yeah, that was a really nice picture for the Dodgers as well as baseball fans to see. This is what the Rays do. This is basically, if we could summarize it, that was it in Game 2.
Hernandez hit .230 with 5 home runs during the regular season as he looks at a changeup in for a strike from Ryan Yarbrough. Kike hitting .227 with a couple of home runs so far in the postseason. Yarbrough originally a fourth-round pick by the Seattle Mariners and acquired in a trade for Drew Smyly back in 2017. Slow curve at 72 miles an hour. Swing and a miss by Hernandez, 0-2. Yarbrough, a guy who has started a lot for the Rays, but when the Rays started using an opener a couple of years ago, a lot of times it was with Yarbrough in mind, and last year and this year as well. Bring in a hard-throwing righty at the beginning of the game. 0-2 and another good changeup. Another weak ground ball to third. Charging Brasso, and the throw is just in time. Hernandez, after he crossed the bag, looking into the dugout to his mates saying, anybody going to ask for a challenge on that? But they don't. It doesn't look like they will. And he's out on a close play.
And Brasso getting some work tonight over there. That the hot corner's not the hot corner with Yarbrough on the mound because of the soft contact.
Yeah.
It's the soft corner, so you've got to be quick coming in and try to make some of those plays. Good hustle by Kike, but bang, bang, I think he's out.
And remember, we told you that nobody had a lower average exit velocity in baseball this year than Ryan Yarbrough among pitchers with 100 batted balls or more, and we're seeing a lot of it. Right-handed batters rolling over on that changeup and hitting weak ground balls to third. Top of the order now, Mookie Betts, and a curveball in for a strike, 0-1. Betts popped up to first his first time out. So back to the whole opener and Yarbrough thing, they would bring in a hard-throwing righty. Actually, they did it with Sergio Romo, too, sometimes. They would bring it in against a lineup that had some righties at the top of the order, let a right-handed pitcher go out there, maybe face 5 or 6 batters. 0-1 is up and away, a ball and a strike. And then bring in a guy like Yarbrough near the bottom of the order. The theory being he could pitch for a long time but face the bottom 3 times and the top guys maybe just twice, making it a little bit easier on a guy like him. Ryan Stanek did it a lot. They traded him to the Marlins. 1-1 and a changeup hit in the air to shallow left center field. Kiermaier is there, but he makes the play. 2 down, and he is on his changeup game against the righties right now.
Yeah, and what's hard for a hitter is that that the velocity is not going to overpower you, but he's basically dropped the range down within the 80s, a little bit of the 90s, but he's moving the ball around and cutting the ball in, fading it, and that can be as frustrating for a hitter as a guy who's throwing 95 and above with a nasty slider or a split finger. So they're seeing it in a different way tonight, and Kevin Cash was spot on, this look that they wanted to give the Dodgers.
2 down and the base is empty for Corey Seager, who takes a curveball a little bit inside for ball 1.
What's helped the changeup so much and the effectiveness is the fact that he's added that cutter, because the righties have to respect that fastball that's going to cut in on their hands. Might not be hard, but it's going to come in.
1-0. Look out. A curveball behind Seager at 69 miles an hour. Obviously slipped out of Yarbrough's hands, and Seager never moved his feet. He just kind of did like a little limbo move to get his rear end out of the way, and it went right behind him.
It would have hit him.
Would have hit him right in the wallet if he hadn't moved. But obviously, Seager's not bothered by it. He knew it was a curveball, and it just slipped. And it is 2-0. Pitch on the way, and a fastball right on the outside corner at 88, 2-1. A kind of a typical Yarbrough start is you keep thinking, well, they'll figure him out, they'll get it, and before you know it, he's out of the game. He's pitched 5 1/3, 5 2/3. He's given up maybe 2 runs, and he's had a really good outing.
He's that comfortable 0 for 4.
He's that right.
Like, oh.
Yeah. The 2-1. Swinging a foul back, 2-2 on Seager. And then when you bring 98 out of the bullpen after this guy, it looks like 114.
And that's why you look at his career ERA at 3.94, and a big part of that, Dan, is what you're saying, how they've really utilized him to put him up for success, to use him in and around their hard-throwing guys.
And that's what they do so well. Put guys in a situation where their strengths come out and their weaknesses can be hidden or can be sheltered to the greatest extent possible. 1-0 Dodgers, top of the third. The kick and the 2-2, and a curveball hit high in the air to right field and hit well. Yarbrough looks like he knows it's gone, and he was right. He never even turned and watched as Corey Seager hits it deep into the seats in right field, and the Dodgers now lead 2-0.
Guys, I know we talk a lot about Mookie Betts, but Corey Seager is pretty ridiculous in his own right, and his ability to stay in there against left-handed pitchers. What did we talk about today pregame with Dave Roberts? Was last night's at bat against the lefty Shane McClanahan, bringing high velocity, first pitch breaking ball, fouls it off. He's not fazed by anything, and as a former lefty, Jess, you were left-hander, just knowing staying in there and being able to keep that front shoulder closed long enough so that you can get square to the ball and drive it is pretty impressive.
So it's 2-0 L.A. Here's Justin Turner, who fouls one off. So last night, Randy Arozarena became the 4th player ever to hit 8 home runs in a single postseason. And tonight, Jess, Corey Seager becomes the 5th.
And every time he has an at-bat, it's fun to see the home runs, the exit velocity. It's always high, but every single at-bat, it seems like he just puts himself in a position.
Curveball in for a strike, 0-2 on Turner.
To hit the ball hard. I mean, he gets himself, especially right now when he's seeing the ball well. Doesn't matter if it's a breaking ball, fastball. He's such a big, strong hitter. But we saw him struggle there for about a year and a half when he was injured. You almost forget how great Corey Seager can be.
0-2 is down and away. And to be fair, it wasn't Yarbrough's best curveball. It was a hanger, inner half. It's not where he likes to locate it against the lefties, but give the hitter credit for taking advantage of a bad pitch. So Turner has homered. Seager has homered. And it is 2-0 Dodgers in the top of the third. 411 feet on that home run for Corey Seager. Here's the 1-2, and Turner lines one into center field, and that'll get down in front of Kiermaier for a 2-out base hit.
Turner's got the approach going as well tonight. Home run to center field. That pitch basically beat that breaking ball to the spot, inside out, pushed it right back up the middle, slightly to the opposite field. I mean, he's definitely has come into this game with the approach. And you guys were talking earlier about just how important Justin Turner is to this team. He's not the guy that headlines things when we come into a series, but he's such a calming and consistent and positive force in that lineup. I think his presence helps some of the other guys to be as good as they are.
Yeah. Here's Max Muncy, who grounded out his first time up, left-hand hitting first baseman for the Dodgers. And a first pitch curveball's outside, ball one. If I am reading these notes correctly, guys, the Dodgers have now scored 89 runs in the postseason this year. 52 of them have come with 2 outs.
It's incredible.
It is incredible. Including both runs tonight. A 2-out homer by Turner in the first, a 2-out homer by Seager here in the third. The 1-0 is inside, ball 2.
What that says to me is that they are so present in each and every at-bat that they don't really know what the score is, if they're up or if they're down. They don't know what the outs are. It's just, I am right here present in my at-bat. And Dave Roberts talked about today. He loves the fact that the guys grind no matter what. They don't give up at-bats. They don't get caught up in anything else in that pitch that's coming.
The 2-0 from Yarbrough way inside at the belt, ball 3.
And the batter that I think actually epitomizes that more than anyone else is the one up to bat right now. We keep saying this. Oh, there's this guy and this guy, but this one doesn't get any credit. I mean, it's like that because everyone's so good. But Max Muncy, yeah, he doesn't have the average. He's had kind of a down year for him. But because of the walks, the at-bats, the grinding nature of how every single pitch he wants to win, it passes down to everyone else on this team.
3-0. And he's taken all the way, it looks like, and he takes a fastball in for a strike. 3-1. Max Muncy was released by the Oakland Athletics March 31st, 2017. 4 weeks later, signed with the Dodgers, and has just taken his career to an entirely different level. Even though it was just said didn't have a good year last year, was an all-star last year. 3-1, and there's another fastball in there. 3-2. He's gotten MVP votes, like not first place votes, but he has gotten some votes for MVP in 19 and again in 18. And yeah, he definitely epitomizes the grind. There's no pretty boy in Max Muncy. He is all about the grind. Runner will be on the move. Turner from first. Shift on for the Rays. Yarbrough sets. And a 3-2 curveball missed inside. Ball 4. Muncy draws his 19th walk of the postseason. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Boxing, wrestling, and mixed martial arts. Your home for all things fighting is SiriusXM Fight Nation, Channel 156.
Third inning, 2-0 Dodgers, 2 on, 2 out. Kyle Snyder, the pitching coach for the Rays, is out to the mound for a conversation with Ryan Yarbrough. And it looks like the phone may be ringing down in the bullpen. We got a couple of guys up just windmilling their arms around. Nobody's taken the hoodie off yet. Nobody has started throwing yet. But it looks like, guys, that's about 5 seconds away.
Indeed. And, we talked about coming into this game for the Rays, for Kevin Cash. It's not a must-win, but it's as close as you can get because you can't fall into being down 3 games to
fire early. And that is his plan right now. Wow. Pete Fairbanks is up in the bullpen because Cash is saying the game could be won or lost, possibly, right here this inning. So he's getting Fairbanks up, who is in that top 3 in the bullpen. First and second, 2 down. Will Smith is the batter. And a first pitch changeup misses outside, ball 1.
I feel like if Fairbanks gets into this game in this inning, they've already lost it. Because if he comes in, that means that the Dodgers have scored at least 1 run, maybe 2, maybe 3 if Smith runs into one. And at that point, it's 3, 4, 5 to nothing.
1-0 in there with the knees. A ball and a strike on Smith, who had an infield hit his first time up.
But you're just chasing the game from further back. You can't say, well, we'll get him tomorrow. You got to get some work for those guys, and you've got to hold out that maybe our offense will score. We've just got to keep them wherever that lead is, hold it right there.
2-0 Dodgers, third inning. 1-1 pitch, changeup outside, ball 2.
Well, and the Rays game is when they hand it to their bullpen with a lead. I mean, they're 7-1 this postseason when they do that. And so that's what they have to do ideally, and right now they're already down 2-0.
Yeah, each manager wants to be in a position to use his best guys out of the bullpen. This is not ideally how Kevin Cash wants to use Pete Fairbanks. It's how he feels he may need to use Pete Fairbanks in this game. The 2-1 and a check swing tapper back to the mound. A break there for the Rays. Yarbrough has it. Underhand toss to first. and the side is retired. But the Dodgers get another run on the home run by Corey Seager and take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all years to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl and a sneer. SiriusXM Scream. Your soundtrack for Halloween is alive on Channel 105.
It's the Pat McAfee Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
On the field, the narrative about you last year was that you're washed up. Did you hear that stuff?
Is anybody surprised? All the media does is write stories to get clicks. I sometimes laugh when people talk about, down years for me, because a lot of times down years for me are career years for most quarterbacks.
That was awesome! I am so happy you said that.
The Pat McAfee Show. Weekdays from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
It's just the facts, bro.
The next wave of MMA talk is on SiriusXM Fight Nation.
The MMA gods throw us a curveball.
Insight into the inner workings of the fight game.
Going to war with the UFC. Generally, that doesn't work out great.
Brutally honest opinions.
He's what I call a TBND. Game, but not dangerous.
And always game to step outside the cage. Unlocking the Cage with Jimmy Smith. Weekdays from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation Channel 156.
College can be the best 4 years of your life. We're here to make sure it never ends. Wake up with the first team at 7 Eastern.
Now it feels like a football fall.
Then go on a full ride at 10.
We are emotionally invested into what is going on Saturday.
College Sports Today breaks through the midday wall.
That's the beauty of college football.
Then at 4, head off campus.
The pageantry, the color, the noise, it's just different. You either get it or you don't.
On ESPNU Radio, SiriusXM 84.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Dan Shulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza. Game 4 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. The Dodgers on solo home runs from Justin Turner and Corey Seager have a 2-0 lead going to the bottom of the third. Enjoy every World Series moment with the MLB app. It's the one place to get all your Dodgers and Rays action, including video highlights, pitch tracking, and much more. Download the MLB app today for the World Series in your pocket. So Ryan Yarbrough not at his best in the early going. Julio Urias has looked really good. He's given up 1 hit through 2. That runner was erased on a caught stealing. Urias has struck out 3 batters through 2, and it now will face the bottom third of the order. Hunter Renfroe, the right fielder, Mike Zunino, the catcher, and Kevin Kiermaier, the center fielder. Renfroe hitting 176 with a home run in the postseason as he takes up high, ball 1. Renfroe, lots of power, but a lot of swing and a miss. Hit for a low average this year, just 156. Kind of a similar profile, at least this year, to what the on-deck hitter has in Mike Zunino. There's a fastball a little bit inside of the knees, and it's 2-0. And the Rays have really relied on the home run in the postseason, which can be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing if you're hitting the home runs. It's a bad thing if you're not, because they've had trouble scoring without the benefit of home runs. The 2-0 and a swing and a foul off into the mid of the catcher, Smith, and it's 2-1.
If you're a guy that's prone to swing and miss, well, what makes it even harder is not playing every day or playing regularly, and then now you're facing the best pitcher. So, you just got to go get him, Hunter Renfroe.
2-1, breaking ball in for a strike, 2-2.
But I think if a manager like Kevin Cash looks and says, if he runs into one, that's going to help us. He may get 2 at-bats in this game, maybe 3 at the most by the time we swap him out. But there's a chance he can run into it. That could be something that's a game changer for him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Renfroe, right-handed batter, waiting for Urias. The kick and the pitch, and a swing and a ball driven to left field, but it is not going to get as far as I made it sound like it was going to. Chris Taylor is there to make the catch in left. I thought he got more of that, but he lines out to left, 1 down.
I had singing. I thought he had called it.
I don't know that I'm calling. I'm just, you figure at some point a guy's got to run into something, right? I mean, you keep swinging it, and that's the case. It looked like it got in on him, down the barrel a little bit, and that top spin. Path through the ball, that's not going to help, when you get that top spin on it, because it's going to drop it right down for that outfielder to be able to make a play.
So one down here in the bottom of the third, 2-0 Dodgers, and here's the catcher Mike Zunino, who takes a fastball down and away for ball one. Zunino's hit 4 home runs in the postseason. He is 0 for 9, though, so far in the World Series. He has started every game behind the plate for the Rays. 1-0 very high with a fastball there from Urias, ball 2.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job. I've been surprised by the offensive production that he's given with the home runs that he's hit. It was really cool hearing him after the championship series and just talk about how grateful he is to be a Ray, and thanked his wife, and just, hey, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. You just love hearing that side of these players that we just tend to focus just on them.
Yeah. 2-0 swing and a miss at a fastball down the middle, 2-1.
Don't realize what the families have to endure as well to support that big league husband, that big league dad, and everything else that's being handled at home while they're out trying to hit nasty changeups and sinkers.
Yeah. The 2-1 check swing. They'll appeal to first. He didn't go ball 3, especially this year when everything is more complicated, both for the players and for the families. Families separated, players in a bubble, so much uncertainty.
Just the decision to play, how much of a family decision that is.
Right. Remember David Price for the Dodgers, of course, opting out early this year. 3-1, swing and a miss. Urias stand with a fastball, 3-2.
Isn't that crazy to think? We keep talking about the depth of the Dodgers, but they have a World Series champion ace, David Price, that would have been on this team.
They're pretty good, huh? They got a lot of talent, and they're not going away anytime soon. The 3-2, down low, ball 4, and Zunino aboard on a 1-out walk. Rays down 2-0 in the bottom of the third.
See what Kevin Kiermaier is able to get going, Dan. I would say in the last couple of games, he for sure has been swinging the bat a lot better than what we saw in the division series and even in the championship series. I know he had a home run in there, but outside of that, it was slim pickings. But the last couple of games, I feel like his passes at the ball, his contact has been a lot better.
Now hit a home run off Clayton Kershaw in Game 1 of this series, the only run that Kershaw allowed. Facing another tough lefty here in Julio Urias. And a first pitch breaking ball in for a strike, 0-1. But Kevin Cash making the subtle switch, if you will, with a lefty on the mound, moving Zunino up to 8 and Kiermaier down to 9. Normally it's the other way around. 2-0 Dodgers, bottom of the third, and a fastball swung on and missed. And it's 0-2, and Urias' velocity very consistent with a fastball right around 95.
It's interesting. He almost drops down slightly, just a little bit more to lefties and gets that kind of slant that comes across the plate with his fastball versus righties. It stays a lot more straight at the top of the zone.
The kick and the 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss at 96 on a fastball away. 2 down.
That's great. Glove side command to the outside part of the plate. I'll tell you this, if Urias is still on the mound next time Kiermaier comes up, Kiermaier is going to be very vulnerable for that curveball that really sweeps horizontally away, because he's going to be looking and respecting that lane on the outer third of the plate with the good fastball. And Urias, if he's smart, he'll expand off of that and get some more swings and misses.
Top of the order now, second time up for Yandy Diaz, the first baseman. He struck out the first time up. Takes a breaking ball inside for ball 1. Diaz can play some third, some first, right-handed batter, line-to-line, line drive kind of hitter. Looks like a power hitter, but he's not. The set, and the 1-0 on the way, and a fastball fouled back, 1-1. Actually hits the ball to the opposite field a lot. Not quite like DJ LeMahieu extent, but Diaz will really shoot the ball to right and right center field a lot, and that's reflected in the outfield alignment for the Dodgers right now. A.J. Pollock, the center fielder, well over to right center. And the left fielder, Chris Taylor, well over to the left center field alley. Nobody down the left field line. Nobody near the line at all. Pitches upstairs, ball 2. If he pulled one down the left field line, he could run for a long time.
Well, the ball he hit the other night was the best ball I saw him hit all postseason. The one he scorched to right field, I think it bounced and got to the fence, but haven't seen for a guy who looks like he'd put about 35 in the seats, over the course of a regular season.
Absolutely.
We've seen a lot of soft to medium contact.
The 2-1 fouled off, and off pops the mask off Will Smith, but he's okay, 2-2. If you lined up all the position players on two teams and you didn't know anything about them, and you had like a pick a power hitter contest, Yandy Diaz might be the first guy you'd pick just because of the biceps. They're like in Singy territory in terms of biceps.
If he's wearing short sleeves, there's no doubt. Tonight he's got the long sleeves on. He's trying to sneak up on Urias, keep the pipes covered up so that maybe he gets a cookie that he can hit. But, yeah, those are arms talked about by former teammates and current teammates as well.
The 2-2 comes in low, and it's a full count now on Diaz. So Zunino, the catcher, will get a running start from first base. Muncy is alerting Urias to the fact that he's not going to hold the runner. He's going to play right behind him at first base and kind of keep him close. Pretty good hole on the right side with the second baseman, Kike Hernandez, shading up the middle. The 3-2 shot foul off to the right. And we'll do it all over again with Diaz. It's funny, Diaz, after he fouled it off, was kind of nodding like, okay, I see that, I got that. And Urias, after he got a new ball from his catcher, Will Smith was kind of nodding like, okay, I saw that swing, I get it.
And speaking of catchers, Mike Zunino over there at first base is saying, come on, let's get an outcome, a result here, because I don't want to have to keep running and you fouling pitches off.
Running again, 3-2, swing and a miss. 96 on the fastball. And Urias strikes out Diaz for the second time tonight. That's 5 strikeouts now through 3 scoreless innings for the left-hander. At the end of 3, the Dodgers lead 2-0. And this is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
You want that home run feeling? Then step in the box and let it rip. Get ready for the Major League Baseball Junior Home Run Derby, powered by at MLB Develops. Compete locally and swing your way to the finals at the 2021 MLB All-Star Week in Atlanta. Get your community involved by hosting a local derby. Sign up for free at jrhrd.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Of course we can help you with that oil change. Doing it yourself is a great way to save some money. Right now you can get 5 quarts of Pennzoil high mileage motor oil and an STP oil filter for just $27.99. And we've got even more ways to get it. Just order online with our next day delivery or free same day store pickup. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Mark Kestisher. We are through 3 innings. Game 4 of the World Series. Dodgers a 2-0 lead over the Rays. On this college football Saturday, more season openers for Big Ten teams today, including a top 25 matchup between Michigan and Minnesota right now on ABC nearing halftime. Hassan Haskins, couple of touchdowns. Michigan with a 35-17 lead. Earlier, number 2, Alabama crushed Tennessee 48-17, but the Crimson Tide lost speedy receiver kick returner Jalen Waddle for the rest of the season. Suffered a broken ankle, bringing out the opening kickoff of the game. Finish of the day saw Indiana drop 8th-ranked Penn State 36-35. The Hoosiers' Michael Penix scored the game-tying 2-point conversion with 22 seconds left, then dove for the pylon for the game-winning 2-point conversion in overtime. Authentic caps, tees, jerseys, hoodies, and more. Get all your AL team and NL team gear and cheer on your team at home with the official source, MLBshop.com. Buster Olney, Julio Urias for the Dodgers, 5 Ks through 3 innings so far.
Yeah, Kesty, he's putting up impressive numbers tonight. He's faced 11 hitters, has had 8 first-pitch strikes, already 11 swings and misses. But think about these numbers. The last time he allowed a run was in the 3rd inning of his start in Game 3 of the National League Championship Series. Since then, for Urias, 8 scoreless innings, and Dan, opposing hitters are 2 for 25.
He's a difference maker right now. There's no doubt about that. Kesty, Buster, thank you very much. And Urias has been outstanding tonight. Home runs for Justin Turner, to Corey Seager, and the Dodgers lead 2-0 going to the top of the 4th. Cody Bellinger is going to lead it off. Ryan Yarbrough is back on the mound for the Rays, but conceivably, maybe just for Bellinger, with some righties coming and a right-hander in Ryan Thompson. warming up in the Rays bullpen right now, a side-arming right-hander. Bellinger popped up on a check swing back to the pitcher Yarbrough his first time up. Really good play made by Yarbrough, having a run back, make an over-the-shoulder catch. And he starts Bellinger with a fastball in for a strike here. Yarbrough has not been at his sharpest. He was for a while. The second inning he was really good. But generally his command has not been razor sharp, and it needs to be for him to have a good night. The 0-1 is up high, pops out of the mitt of Zunino. What a nice grab made by the home plate umpire, Chris Guccione. Ball just popped up right in front of his face. He just grabbed it, put it in his pocket. And now somebody's saying, hey, good catch, Blue. And he pointed out to one of the Rays fielders and said, hey, thanks, man. That's funny. That's another thing. I don't know if I've ever seen that before in a baseball game.
No.
That was funny. 1-1. Swing and a ground ball to the right side, and the shift to Adames, the shortstop, to his left, and flings it on to first in time to get Bellinger one down. And we'll see what Kevin Cash decides. Is Yarbrough kind of out there on a batter-by-batter basis right now?
Looks like Thompson is ready in the bullpen. I mean, he is casually working at this point. He's taking a break or two, and he's just kind of paying attention to the ball game. So I'm sure if Cash goes out, he's ready to come in.
Yarbrough's going to stay for at least one more hitter. It'll be A.J. Pollock, the center fielder, who was out on a little tapper in front of the plate his first time up. Shift on, 3 infielders on the left side of the diamond for the Rays, with the Dodgers leading 2-0 in the fourth. Yarbrough, who works from the stretch. First pitch, changeup at the knees, a called strike.
Remember the confidence that Dave Roberts had pregame when we were speaking to him that A.J. Pollock hits lefties better than anyone in this lineup or off the bench. Just saying something. You think about Kike Hernandez. I mean, there's Mookie Betts. I mean, there's ridiculous guys in this lineup that are right-handed batters.
Well, Pollock's a perfect example of how deep and how good this team is. There's the 0-1 on the way, and it's low, a ball and a strike. He hit 16 home runs this year. That was tied for third in the National League. And he's only in the lineup against lefties in the postseason because everybody's healthy. And we asked Dave Roberts about it a couple of days ago, and he said, I've just got so many options. So it depends, too, if Barnes is catching and then Smith DHs. If Smith is catching against a righty, then Pollock is probably in the lineup. The 1-1, and Pollock shoots it to right field, dropping and just foul down the line. Maybe 6 inches foul. That far away from what looked like it would have been a double for A.J. Pollock.
I do think if Pollock was hitting better, he's been struggling a lot, Dan, with his timing. You can tell he's just off. He's not quite himself. He even got jammed there on 84 miles an hour. Just something just hasn't clicked yet. And I think if he was swinging it the way you know Pollock can, I think we would see him in the lineup a lot more.
Yeah, sometimes it seems as disconnected as they seem. Again, if they want the defensive Barnes behind the plate, then if they're going to DH Will Smith, Pollock's not going to play. Sometimes it comes down to a Smith or Pollock or a Barnes defense or Pollock.
And I tell you, if you're struggling with your timing, Yarbrough's not exactly the guy that's going to fix that. He's the type of guy that puts you in a slump. You're swinging good, and you face a guy like Yarbrough, and you're in a slump for the next few days. So you want somebody consistent velocity, even if it's high. You can try to get your timing better. It might seem hard to understand, but that's how it is.
Here's the 1-2. Fed him another changeup, and Pollock barely got a piece of it to stay alive. Did you ever yell out at a pitcher in the middle of a game, just throw me a fastball already, will you?
That was minor league stuff. You did it in the minor leagues because a lot of things, take place in the minor leagues, but not in the big leagues.
No.
You kind of, you'll be wearing one if you're bold enough to say that.
What's that Yandy Diaz yelled out? Who was it to? Was it
Framber Valdez? Yeah, we don't know. It looked like Valdez said something that set Diaz off.
Yep.
And then Carlos Correa came in and played peacemaker, actually, and calmed everybody down. Here's the 1-2 in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pollock.
But the guest, I remember watching the broadcast, and Ron Darling had said, I think he yelled to him, why don't you come at me with a fastball? Which, that's just what he thought he was challenging with. To your point of calling out singing, of yelling at a pitcher, come on, bring me the heat. Don't back down.
But Yarbrough, if you said that to Yarbrough, he'd probably say, okay, I'll take a little more off even. I'll give you a changeup off my changeup. Here's the 2-2 and a swinging the ball lined to right field. Going to back Renfroe. It's over his head and off the base of the wall. Pollock on his way to second and in there standing up with a double.
Great job with 2 strikes to battle, stay inside the pitch. And it looked like Renfroe missed it off the bat, perhaps a false step in. That got over his head in a hurry. And so here we are. Kevin Cash didn't want to bring in Ryan Thompson to face the righty A.J. Pollock, which is a little interesting because I asked him pregame today, guys, about the thought process yesterday, pitching to Max Muncy with runners on second and third and nobody on first. He said, well, that would add another Dodger hitter that we'd have to face later. But my thought is, you got runners in scoring position. You may have a Dodger hitter later, but nobody's on base. So it's kind of one of those things where
pick
you know,
pick your poison, right?
And so if you're here, you are. You've got Yarbrough. You've gotten a couple of decent innings out of a good lineup. Thompson's up and ready. You have a string of right-handers, 3 in a row. Why not have done it?
And it looks like he's coming out now.
He heard you.
Yeah.
You got power.
Yeah, exactly.
Kevin Cash wearing a hoodie on a cool night in Arlington is on his way out to the mound, and that is going to be all for Ryan Yarbrough. He'll go just 3 1/3 tonight and leave with the Rays trailing 2-0. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ing. Don't let your savings disappear. A pitching change for Tampa Bay with the Dodgers leading 2-0. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Fall is in the air. Fall projects are on the list, and the Home Depot is ready with more ways than ever to help. Use our mobile app to search, shop, and save. Choose flexible delivery options that bring everything you need right to your door. And if you need tools for a project, but not forever, you can rent them. You won't find a better toolbox anywhere else. Take on fall and fall projects now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities, or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at Advanced Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations.
I'm Mark Kestisher in the studio. First pitching change will be for the Tampa Bay Rays. Dodgers a 2-0 lead. We're in the 4th inning. Dodgers a 2-1 series lead halfway to a long-awaited championship. It's time for Straight Talk Soundbites brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Manager Dave Roberts of the Dodgers asked today how they're able to focus on one game at a time and not look ahead.
I think that's always a challenge, I think, for any athlete, any person in general. But I just think that it's been talked about, it's ingrained in our culture and who we are as an organization about doing whatever we can, put all of our energy into winning one baseball game. And regardless of how high the stakes are.
Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. Justin Turner, Corey Seager, 2-out homers in the game. 2-0 Dodgers lead the Rays. Pitching change in the 4th inning with Chris Singleton and Jessica Mendoza. Here's Dan Schulman.
All right, Kesty, thank you very much. A pitching change for the Rays. Right-hander Ryan Thompson is into the game, a rookie who was claimed in the AAA portion of the Rule 5 draft a couple of years ago from Houston, and he was injured at the time. But this is another way the Rays will try to build up their system. They'll stockpile talent. They'll look and try to find somebody in somebody else's minor league system that they think they can get. Even in Thompson's case, if he was injured, they said, that's fine. We'll get him healthy, and we'll see what we have. 25 appearances this year. They use him a lot against righties because he is a side armor, and he has been pretty effective in the postseason for the Rays. And his job right now is to deal with some right-handed batters for the Dodgers and keep this at just a 2-0 deficit for Tampa Bay. Chris Taylor will be the first batter that Thompson will face. The Dodgers have a runner at second, A.J. Pollock, with one down in the top of the 4th inning. Thompson this year has already made 7 appearances in the postseason. And the first pitch slider sweeps way outside. ball one. That one had a little extra oomph at the end, and Zunino really had to reach to his right as far as he could to prevent that ball from going to the backstop.
In a last-minute sharp left turn.
Wow, did it ever?
No turn signal either. Zunino's like, wait, put your turn signal on next time.
Do not adjust your sets. That ball was really moving. But like a lot of side armors, sinker slider guy, right?
Slider.
Run that two-seamer down and in on the righties, sweep that slider away from the righties. The 1-0, and there's the two-seamer in there for a strike, 1-1. And this is another reason why why the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. They present so many different angles on their pitching staff. So you've got Yarbrough with all of his stuff going on, and then you bring Thompson in, a side armor from the right. And every guy's got a different best pitch. Every guy's got a different arm angle, different release point. A look back at the runner out at second, Pollock. And the 1-1 to Taylor. Fastball fouled off, 1-2.
There's a note in games that Brian Yarbrough starts. The bullpen for the Tampa Bay Rays this season, a 1.73 ERA. Just how good, to your point, Dan, he sets up then everything else.
Yeah. Well, there's an old line that, hitting is about timing and pitching is about upsetting that timing. And that's not even just within one at bat. That's from pitcher to pitcher to pitcher within a game, I guess. I mean, you guys can speak to it much better than I can. But Thompson coming in with a much different arsenal than Yarbrough has. And if the Rays get this game to a position where they like, and then they bring in Fairbanks at 100 or Castillo at 98, here's the 1-2 slider. Did he go? They appeal, and he did. First base umpire Jerry Meals rings up Taylor, 2 down.
That is huge because Taylor, such a dangerous bat at the bottom of the order. You come in out of the bullpen into this game with some pressure, an inherited runner. Get that first out. He can kind of breathe a little easier now as he tries to get the final out of this inning.
And we have an interesting situation here where Dave Roberts potentially had a decision to make with Kike Hernandez coming up against a side-arming right-hander. He could go to Jock Peterson, bring Taylor in to play the infield, but I think what Dave Roberts is doing here is he's saying, you know what, we're leading, and I'd rather have my defense on my best defensive team. And it's a better defensive team with this current alignment. Hernandez at second and Taylor at left. First pitch is a swing and a ground ball to third. Easily scooped by Brasso, and lots of time to throw out Hernandez to retire the side. So Ryan Thompson does his job. To the bottom of the fourth, still 2-0 for the Dodgers. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Customers, students, and staff expect a new level of clean. Cintas has the essential products and services to help you carry out cleaning protocols effectively. Cintas performs surface sanitizer and disinfectant spray services to common touchpoints, installs and refills touchless hand sanitizer dispensers, and provides commercial laundry services to help minimize employee exposure. Give everyone the confidence they need to keep coming back. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I'm pretty sure our new house might be haunted.
What makes you say that?
The furniture is levitating. Oh, and the ghost.
Welcome home.
Yeah, that's spooky.
You know what's really scary? Missing out on Geico for help with homeowners and renters insurance. Geico makes it easy to save a bunch.
Great! You're not sticking around, right?
The party's just getting started.
Happy Geico Week. Call today and see how easy homeowners and renters insurance can be.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities, or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at Advanced Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the fourth inning, the Dodgers leading the Rays 2-0 here in Game 4 of the World Series. Don't miss Game 5 tomorrow night between the Rays and Dodgers, 7:30 Eastern Time on Fox, and also again right here with us on ESPN Radio. A couple of notes on Julio Urias. MLB.com Sarah Langs tells us that Urias has 13 swings and misses already in this game. That's a huge number for 3 innings, and 12 of them have come on his four-seam fastball. And 12 swings and misses on his four-seamer. That's the most he's had in any game of his career. And he's done that in 3 innings already here tonight.
And look, during the regular season, his strikeout rate's 7.4 per 9 innings. So, that he's taken it to another level this October, clearly. And just go back to when he first came up to the big leagues. I was reading a quote today by A.J. Ellis after catching a bullpen. Jokingly, he went up to him and says, I got to see your birth certificate because you're way too polished to be 19 years old.
He was, and he is. Here's Randy Arozarena leading off the fourth. 2-0 Dodgers, and Arozarena swings and sends a fly ball deep right center field. Well hit. It is gone. Randy Arozarena has done it again. He has become the first player ever to hit 9 home runs in a single postseason, and he's got the Rays on the board, trailing 2-1.
He got a fastball, and we know what he does with fastballs. He doesn't miss fastballs. That's just, and I can understand with Urias, they have the lead. You want to pitch to your strengths. You want to, attack hitters. But Kenley Jansen tried it, what, was it last night?
Yeah, last night.
These days all run together, and then here we are, back-to-back nights. The kid's on fire.
It is crazy, though. And Singy, you know this. You can crush fastballs. You can be known for hitting fastballs. The level of consistency that he has now hit home runs for weeks now has been incredibly impressive.
Mike Brasso, the batter, and he laces one foul, third base side, 0-1.
Yeah, and to your point, Jess, what that says is the consistency of his mechanics in his swing. Because to not see, that's like Barry Bonds. I remember when we were playing the Giants in San Francisco, I was with Baltimore. He went through 3 at-bats, and it was like 7, 8, 9 pitches. He didn't see a pitch in the strike zone. The one time.
0-1 on the way, and a swing and a ball off the end of the bat and dropping into shallow center, a base hit for Brasso.
So you're talking about from batting practice. You have all this time till the game, then you go into the game. His third at-bat was the first time he saw a fastball in the zone, and he laced it off the wall in right center. And you're just sitting there, and you're like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Bat was on the shoulder for 2.5 at-bats.
One of the things also that we've seen from Arozarena, when he gets a fastball and he drives it, typically it's to right center field.
Yeah.
And he's a right-handed batter. Our point being that he is not pulling the majority of the fastballs that he's doing damage on. Now, he did against Jansen last night. Here's a swing and a foul back by Manuel Margot. You hang a breaking ball, he's going to pull it. But you throw him a fastball down, and he's liable to hit it to right center field, like he just did.
Even his base hits in the division series against the Yankees, he had some hits that were just to the right of center field.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, even his quote-unquote misses have the right approach to him. It's like he's still going the right direction with the path of the baseball.
Here's the 0-1 to Margot, and it's outside.
His first hit tonight was on a breaking ball that was like a middle away, and he hit a base hit up the middle, which is maybe part of the reason why the pitch calling from Will Smith came on, let's give him a fastball away.
But the word before, a few days ago, was, well, we got to give him breaking balls. He's crushing fastballs. Pitches low ball, too. He's kind of hitting everything, but which is a problem. But I just mentioned Sarah Langs of MLB.com. After the home run, I texted her and I said, do you know Arozarena's numbers on fastballs in the postseason? Because she's Sarah Langs, she got the answer in like 12 seconds. And wait till you hear this number. The 2-1 fouled off by Margot, 2-2. Arozarena's 12 for 25 with 7 home runs on at-bats ending in fastballs in the playoffs.
It's really 12.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be like, oh, he's hitting 400 and, 2 for 4.
12 for 25 with 7 home runs on fastballs. And the Rays are on the board trailing 2-1. Brasso at first. Nobody out. And the 2-2 to Margot right down the middle with a fastball. Strike 3 called.
He was looking for something else. I think he was sitting off speed there because By the time he thought about pulling the trigger, it was already crossing home plate. Sometimes you have to do it. When you got a tough pitcher out there, you can't try to hit everything he's got. People say, well, it's guessing, don't guess. Well, it's called an educated guess. I'm going to go with the tendency or a feel, and sometimes you're going to get it right, and sometimes you can get it wrong. That time he got it wrong.
Yeah.
It's harder to guess with 2 strikes. I feel like that's when you're really risking it.
There's Brandon Lau, first to throw to first, and Brasso back in. So all of a sudden, it feels like a different game. Pete Fairbanks is up again in the bullpen for Tampa Bay. Remember, Ryan Thompson came in for Ryan Yarbrough and got the last 2 outs of the 4th, but now Fairbanks is throwing. There's a pitch high to Lau, and it's now 1-0. So is Kevin Cash saying, okay, as of now, I'm all in. I'm going to roll out one of my big guys instead of sending Thompson back out there, and he would have to face Seager, and maybe he'd have to face Muncy, a couple of lefties. 1-0 swing and a miss by Lau, 1-1. It looks like he's saying, I'm in it to win it right now until something convinces me otherwise.
Which, I mean, you guys have seen him a lot more than I have. Isn't that a little bit more uncharacteristic of Cash when he's behind? He's always said that he's not going to chase a game.
Well, it's interesting. We've talked to him a lot about this exact situation. Yeah. This is the toughest decision for him when you're down 1.
Yes.
There's the 1-1 in there for a strike, 1-2.
But it's not as tough based on where he is in this series, knowing that if he slides with another loss and goes down 3-1, you can forget about it. So I look at this now. He's got 15 outs that he's got to get, Kevin Cash, and score some runs with it. Do I look at between Fairbanks, Loop, Castillo, and Anderson?
1-2 is bounced in, and it gets away from Smith. He can't find it. It goes to the backstop, and Abrasso will take second on the wild pitch.
Dan, those are his best arms down in the bullpen. And in this, as close as you can get to a must-win ball game, if you don't unload those to try to win this ball game, I don't know if that's the right approach.
I agree, Yeah, tied, it's a no-brainer. Down by 3, it's probably a no-brainer in the other direction. But I'm with you there, Singing.
And one thing that guys say, you're down a run, right? So it's like, hey, we got to, or if you go down 1-0 early in a ball game, we had to score a run to win anyway. So you, in your mind, you're saying, we got to score a run. So that's got to happen. So why not deploy those higher leverage arms? Because if we can't score a run, then what are we even here for? I mean, why are we even going to play this game, the rest of this game?
2-1 Dodgers bottom 4. The 2-2 pitch slashed foul left side by Lau. And it remains 2-2.
This just opens up that slider, the breaking ball away, coming in on the hands to Brandon Lau there at 96. And Lau almost fell over backward because he was caught leaning a little bit. Urias has really gone consistently away to Lau, and I think now he goes back to that.
The Rays making some noise here in the bottom of the 4th inning against Julio Urias. Another 2-2, and it is strike 3 called. Got him with a good curveball over the outside corner, 2 down.
You were talking earlier, Dan, about how it moves from left to right. He's throwing his curveball a lot more, but he's also getting more of that horizontal movement and less downward break to it. And he's become more successful against left-handers because of it.
And he really had Lau lunging at that pitch, and it was actually a called strike, although it looked like Lau also went around on the pitch.
It was the fastball in, Dan, that set that up.
It wasn't a foul tip? Or
No. It was clean. 7 strikeouts now. Here's Willie Adames, and it's up and away. Ball 1.
These are things that if we would have been doing the games from home remotely, I don't think I would have learned some of these behind-the-scenes things that I've learned in Bristol. I've learned the difference between you're listening to, this is a foul and a foul tip. Subtle differences.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff, Jess.
The 1-0 to Adames, a swing and a sharply hit ball down to third. Turner up with it, slings it across the diamond in time to get Adames and retire the side. But the Rays get a run on the home run by who else? Randy Arozarena. And at the end of 4, the Dodgers lead the Rays 2-1. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
At CDW, we get the importance of clear communication.
I was on a conference call, and I think my boss asked me to send her roasted beets in a can.
Talk to the experts at CDW. Using Poly headsets and cameras, they'll orchestrate a collaboration solution that lets you hear and see clearly on any device, any meeting platform.
Huh. Looks like she asked me to send her the report sheets when I can. You like beets?
No. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Learn more at cdw.com/poly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Of course we can help you find some new headlights. Here's a tip. Make sure to replace them in pairs so you'll have even lighting over time. Right now you can get a $10 AutoZone gift card by mail or email when you buy a Sylvania HID bulb. And with our free next day delivery and free same day store pickup, you can get it fast. Getting the job done just got easier. Free next day delivery on eligible orders. Restrictions at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
For DIY projects, you know the Home Depot's always in your corner. Now with our mobile app, it can also be in the palm of your hand. With digital tools like image search, snap a picture of something. It'll recognize it and serve up product suggestions in seconds. And our product locator will check availability and lead you right to it. The Home Depot mobile app. Download it today to get started. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
While serving in Iraq, an IED took both my legs, but it didn't take my spirit.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Greg Gadsden, Army veteran.
DAV helps veterans and their families get the benefits they've earned.
Today, I'm an entrepreneur, photographer, and public speaker.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is just being the best that I can be.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Got a good one going in Game 4 of the World Series. Dodgers lead the series 2-1, and the Dodgers lead the ball game 2-1. All the runs coming on home runs. Turner and Seager for the Dodgers. Arozarena for the Rays. And the third pitcher of the night for Tampa Bay is the hard-throwing, and I do mean hard-throwing right-hander Pete Fairbanks, who pitched in Game 2 of this series when an inning and two-thirds gave up a run on 2 hits, has been a very important member of the Rays bullpen in the regular season and in the postseason. A guy who has had Tommy John surgery not once but twice and has come back throwing harder than he ever has and has gotten some big saves, Singy, in the playoffs for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and when you look at him, if you ever see him, on television, Dan paints a great picture, but his eyes look like he just saw a ghost. Yeah. And it's not because he's afraid. That's just how his focus is.
He's intense. Here's Mookie Betts. Swing and a miss at 99, 0-1. I don't know if this is fair, Jess, or if I should even say it again, but I think one of the first times we did a game with Fairbanks, I said, imagine like if your little brother was having a nightmare and you shook him to wake him up to get him out of the nightmare. The moment that he woke up, that's kind of what Fairbanks' eyes
Every
look
day,
like. Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
Deer in headlights. Literally, that's the look.
Here's the 0-1. And a fastball, again 99, fouled off by Betts, and it's 0-2. But he can throw, and he has had some huge innings, some big saves, as we mentioned, and a couple of times Kevin Cash has left him out there when it could have gone sideways on him. But his reason, hey, we're going to need him. We got to let him work through this, and he has worked through it more often than not. And the fact that he's in, again, says that Kevin Cash is all in right now. They need this game if they can get it. They're down a run in the 5th. And the 0-2 to Betts. Swing and a miss. Struck him out on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 down.
Well, that was a pretty cool perspective that we got from behind home plate, behind
Best
the catcher.
Look ever. It's my favorite.
100-mile-per-hour fastball that ran in on the inner third, and it's not very often that Mookie Betts looks like he's overmatched, but in that at-bat, that's how it looked, folks.
And it's the fact that the top of the order is up and some lefties are coming up. Seager now, Muncy maybe 2 batters away. That's why Kevin Cash takes out Thompson, the side-arming 91-mile-an-hour guy, and brings in Fairbanks, who throws 100, and Corey Seager says, I'll see your 100, and I'll line it into right center for a base hit.
And, oh, by the way, I'll do it on the first pitch. I don't need timing. I don't need to see 1 or 2. Just step into the box. And like we said last night, he did that against a left-hander that's throwing in the same range of velocity. and just never batted an eye.
You know, we talked about it with Seager having an injury-plagued 2018. He almost fell out of the conversation of, hey, who are the best shortstops in the game? He's back in the conversation now after the year he had this year in the postseason that he's having right now. He is a great player. Here's Justin Turner. Turner has homered and singled in his 2 at-bats tonight. Homered and doubled last night. First pitch slider blocked by Zunino, but it bounces away from him. He can't find it. It's about 20 feet up the third baseline in fair territory, and Seager will take second on the wild pitch.
Well, that's big right there when you consider the fact that if Zunino keeps the ball close to him, is able to find it, Seager doesn't go. But because Seager gets a good read on it, sees the separation, ball and catcher as it rolled down the third baseline, gets to second. Now in scoring position, won't take much, just a jam shot into the outfield, and the Dodgers will get that run back.
Yeah, and Zunino did what a lot of catchers do, and you can't blame him. He looked behind him. He thought the ball was behind him, but it was to his left up the third baseline. And Seager easily into second. 1-0 the count on Turner. Such a dangerous part of this Dodger lineup. A look back, and the pitch, fastball, check swing, and a ball high, 2-0.
You guys, sometimes there's, as a base runner, you may not get an extra base because it's hard in terms of the perspective to tell how far the ball got away from the catcher. But that one, because you're at first base, your look in is towards the third base dugout, and that's where the ball was rolling. You could clearly see the separation. So no hesitation by Corey Seager. Good job.
The 2-0. Fastball is low. Ball 3. Max Muncy is on deck. Dodgers up 2-1 in the top of the 5th inning here in Game 4. Both bullpens are quiet. When Fairbanks comes in, usually Kevin Cash is asking him for at least 3 outs and maybe 6, maybe even more than that on occasion, depending on how efficient he is. 3-0 and a green light for Turner, and he's popped it up. Got a fastball up in the zone, and he lifts a lazy fly ball into right field. Renfroe the catch, 2 down. Seager cannot advance.
The look on Turner's face when he hit that fly ball looked like my 7-year-old when it's time to go to bed. Just that, Mom! Yeah. Oh, like he got 99 miles an hour. You could tell this is the zone he was looking in, and the look on his face.
Yeah.
And credit Fairbanks for letting that fastball ride just up a little bit higher. If it's down, Turner probably crushes it, but that's just the difference.
Yeah.
You talk about a game of inches in so many respects in this ball game and in baseball at large. That was it right there.
So a big second out as Fairbanks gets Turner. Fairbanks is now, looks like digging some dirt out of his cleats on the mound. He's happy now and is back on the rubber as Max Muncy comes up. The Rays going into the shift with Lau, the second baseman, away out into right field. Adames around to the right of the bag. The lead out at second by Seager. A look back by Fairbanks. And the first pitch to Muncy, a slider in for a called strike. Muncy with a ground out and a walk tonight. This is the 16th postseason game for the Dodgers this year. And Muncy has walked 19 times.
Only 2 guys ahead of him in postseason history are Barry Bonds and Gary Sheffield.
Yeah, not bad. And a lot of those Barry Bonds walks were the intentional variety. The 0-1, another breaking ball in for a strike. 0-2.
Well, if I'm just being honest, I mean, it's embarrassing, but there's probably a season I didn't even walk 19 times in the course of 150 games. I mean,
I knew I liked you.
Just ridiculous. Like that to me, I get quiet sometimes when we start talking about on-base percentage and guys walking, because it's like, I don't really know what that's about. I live by the commandment, thou shalt not walk.
I didn't even get to 3 balls.
There's the 0-2. And did he go? Got a breaking ball in the dirt. They appeal, but he did not, says third base umpire Laz Diaz. Singer, you're selling yourself short. In a full season, you never walked, what did you say? You might not have even walked 19 times?
Yeah.
Your low was 20.
Oh, great. Who needs enemies when I got friends like Dan?
Yeah.
He set me up.
I was thinking,
I think he's going to drop he had 38, 39 at 20.
Well, that was your low. You peaked at 35. Okay. You were always over 19, so you're safe. So you always walked more in a full season than Max Muncy has in the last.
It's not over
weeks.
yet. The series is over.
That's right.
Now I know who I'm rooting against.
Here's the 1-2 on the way to Muncy, and a swing and a ball lined into right field, a base hit. Renfroe has it on a bounce. Seager around third, the throw to the plate, not in time. The run will score. Muncy down to second and is called out as his momentum carried him right off the bag. He lands on Adames, who kind of had the ball in his glove between their chests. And on that note, Muncy is called out, but he does drive in the run on the base hit. Yet another 2-out run for the Dodgers, who now lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the fifth. Folks, that was one of the weirdest things you'll ever see out at second. It was the right call, but another thing you might never see again. Another big 2-out hit for the Dodgers, and they lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the fifth. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by AutoZone.
Today, everyone is expecting you to maintain a new level of clean, from customers and employees to students and staff. Cintas has the essential products and services to help you carry out cleaning protocols effectively. We'll keep you well stocked with cleaning supplies, professionally laundered uniforms, and other essentials like face masks, hand sanitizer, and thermometers. Give everyone the confidence they need to keep coming back. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, our arms are wide open to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Space Force, and the DoD. All are welcome to join, whether you're active duty, a veteran, or if you have family who have served. We've always got your six. That's why members earn and save $361 more per year by banking with us. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org. Dollar value based on 2019 study by Navy Federal.
It could be a routine drive to pick up the kids after school or an epic road trip across the country. No matter where your travels take you, we know those miles count. We're Marathon. We have over 5,700 stations across our great nation. Our people are working hard every day to provide you with quality top-tier gasoline to improve engine performance and fuel your life. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Diehard batteries are reliable in the coldest of weather, durable no matter what Mother Nature throws their way, powerful in the face of rain, sleet, or snow. And they're available at Advance Auto Parts with free testing and free installation, no appointment necessary. And this month, enter to win $10,000 and a virtual meet and greet with the Dan Le Batard Show. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. Text Le Batard to 77333 to enter. Limit 1 entry per day. See advanceautoparts.com for details.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Catch the SiriusXM Blitz with Brett Favre on demand right now by streaming on your phone or at home on SiriusXM connected devices and speakers.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and the Dodgers now have a 3-1 lead on the Rays. A very unusual play to win the top half of the fifth inning. Max Muncy lined a ball to right field. Corey Seager came around to score. Hunter Renfroe's throw to the plate was not in time. Muncy then tried to go to second after the throw came into the infield. The ball was thrown to second. Willie Adames, the shortstop, was there. Muncy beat the throw, slid in safely, but slid in so hard it was kind of a pop-up slide. And he stood up, and his momentum started making him fall forward, and Adames was kind of falling backwards, and it looked like Adames almost had a bit of a bear hug on Muncy, had his arms wrapped around Muncy, and almost pulled him down on top of him a little bit. Here's Renfroe with a swing and a miss. 0-1 with Urias still on the mound for the Dodgers. And as Muncy lost contact with the bag, the out was recorded. Dave Roberts came out and was arguing like, hey, what's going on here? Is he allowed to do that? The 0-1 to Renfroe is up high, a ball and a strike, and there was no meeting of the umpires. There was no challenge. I've never really seen a play like that before. I'm not sure if that is a reviewable play, but Roberts had a brief discussion with one of the umpires and then left the field. 1-1 to Renfroe. Breaking ball down and in. Ball 2.
I've got to imagine it's not reviewable because there's no way you let that go by if you're Dave Roberts. That's a runner in scoring position and potentially another RBI that increases your lead.
And he pulled him off the bag, not purposely. He was falling as well.
Right. The 2-1 swing and a miss with a fastball. 2-2 on Renfroe.
But like you said, because he had that bear hug around him as Willy Adames was falling, he pulled Max Muncy with him, and they fell kind of together.
Yeah, with the glove, the ball in the glove between their two torsos, really. And so as soon as he lost contact with the bag, he was out. There's a curveball in the dirt, a full count on Renfroe, who will be followed by Zunino and Kiermaier. Muncy didn't appear to be angry at Adames. It looked like he almost said to him after, "Are you okay?" Because Muncy eventually fell on top of Adames as they went down to the dirt.
Muncy wins that battle. He's the bigger boy.
And we are told Justin Ware's been in communication with some folks in Arlington. 3-2 and a swing and a belt. Left field. Hunter Renfroe has hit it halfway up in the second deck. A booming home run to get the Rays back within a run at 3-2.
That's called standing up on the baseball. Tall backside. He's been missing a lot in the postseason and even tonight. I mean, almost like there's been a hole in his bat. Somehow he filled that hole because he didn't miss a stitch on the baseball.
444 feet to left field. That's a big boy home run right there.
And this is why you see hitters, when they get belt or above and they chase that fastball, more times than not they miss it, but the reason why they come back and swing at it is when you get it.
Now swing and a miss on the first pitch that Mike Zunino sees.
It's got only one place to go, and that is out. 111 miles an hour, Dan. Whew.
The Rays have now scored 48 of their 70 runs in the postseason on home runs. 0-1 a swing and a miss. 0-2 on Zunino.
Just think if they had base runners.
Yeah. And they were not nearly this reliant on the home run during the regular season.
Yeah, they were 13th in the league in home run rate. But, that just kind of happens in October, right?
Here's the 0-2. Ball up and away. 1-2. And Zunino's kind of a classic example of that. He's run into one 4 times. And now Blake Trinan is starting to throw in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Urias has given up 2 runs through 4+ innings. Pitch in the dirt. 2-2. That was his 75th pitch. That was a shot to admire.
Back-to-back innings, has surrendered the long ball, so for sure an indicator when we start to talk about hard hit percentage going up.
The 2-2, Zunino fouls back a fastball to stay alive.
And getting close to turning this lineup over for the 3rd time. So it was interesting when we were talking with Kevin Cash pregame and asked him what his anticipation was. He was pretty quick, pretty adamant. He expected Urias to go through the lineup twice.
Right.
And I don't know that we would have said this 2 innings ago, the way that Urias was rolling. Maybe he hit it 3 times, but as it stands right now, I imagine he's only going to go through it twice.
2-2 and a swing and a foul off into the mid of the catcher's Smith. Zunino strikes out. That's 8 strikeouts for Urias through 4 1/3. And if Trinan comes in to face the top of the order, then the ball is in Kevin Cash's court, so to speak. Does he pull Diaz? Does he pull Brasso? Does he start going to some of his lefties? And I think down a run he probably does.
Yes.
We're just getting started, kids. There's lots going on tonight.
Yeah.
3-2, bottom 5. And a strike taken by Kevin Kiermaier. Number 9 hitter up for the 2nd time tonight. Struck out his first time up. We just got another look at that play out at second. That's one of the weirdest plays you'll ever see. As Kiermaier swings and he's popped it up back of the plate. Smith going for a look, but it's out of play. And you can see Adames is talking to somebody in the dugout. We can't see who it is, a teammate, trying to explain, clearly trying to explain. Honestly, I didn't mean to do it. He was falling on me, but it was a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, legal tackle, wasn't leading with the helmet or anything
no
like
targeting.
that.
Yeah.
It looked like 2 toddlers, caught up in each other, unable to really walk yet, and then they kind of just fall.
So a break for the Rays on a play that is not reviewable. Here's the 0-2 to Kiermaier. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball up high. 9 strikeouts through 4 2/3 for Urias. And now that he's come with back-to-back strikeouts after the home run, will Dave Roberts leave him to face Yandy Diaz? And it looks like he will. Wait. I spoke too soon.
You were saying he will not.
He will not.
He will not.
Will not.
Got deked out by Doc. Dave Roberts is on his way out, and there will be no third time through the order, not even a single batter for Julio Urias. So we'll step aside. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ween. Don't let your savings disappear. Roberts takes the ball from Urias. Trinan is on his way in, with the Dodgers leading the Rays 3-2 in the bottom of the 5th. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Order! Continue, Ms. Garner.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
Limited time offer. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It could be a routine drive to pick up the kids after school or an epic road trip across the country. No matter where your travels take you, we know those miles count. We're Marathon. We have over 5,700 stations across our great nation. Our people are working hard every day to provide you with quality top-tier gasoline to improve engine performance and fuel your life. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Mark Kestisher, Buster Olney in the studio. Dodgers 3-2 over the Rays. We are in the 5th inning. Call the shots during the World Series games and compete for one of 100 cash prizes with MLB Rally, the free-to-play game where you make at-bat predictions in real time. Download MLB Rally app now. Restrictions apply. See official rules at MLB.com/rally. Buster, a lot of talk about the Max Muncy, Willie Adames play at second base in the top of the 5th inning. You got a comparable play to that.
Yeah, Kesty, the closest thing in baseball history to that, and I'm sure you're going to remember this, happened in Game 2 of the 1991 World Series. That was between the Braves and the Twins. There was a throw to first base, and Twins first baseman Ken Herbeck reached to put a tag on the Braves' Ron Gant, who looked safe, but then Herbeck seemed to lift his leg off the base. Gant was called out. The Braves argued. Dan to no avail.
And to no avail here. The call goes the Rays' way. Potentially a big play, Buster and Kesty, in this game. And, of course, we'll never know how things might have turned out had the call been reviewable or had gone the other way. And now the Rays have come back with a run in the bottom half on the home run by Hunter Renfroe. And now Julio Urias is out of the game. Generally pitched extremely well. Right, guys? I mean, he struck out 9. The only 2 runs were on 2 solo homers. He only walked 1. But he is not given the opportunity to go third time through the order. And into the game is the right-hander Blake Trinan, but Yandy Diaz is going to stay. No pinch hitter here. So it'll be a righty-on-righty matchup for Trinan. And the first pitch, a swing and a bouncer hit towards third, slowly hit. Turner has it on to first, and the inning is over. 1 pitch, 1 out for Blake Trinan. End of 5 here in Game 4 with the Dodgers leading the Rays 3-2. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by AutoZone.
It's time for some straight talk. You know what covering your bases is in baseball, right? Making sure you have no holes in your defense. Well, that's the kind of coverage you get with Straight Talk Wireless. And you'll pay up to 50% less than big carriers and still use their same networks. Just $45 a month gets you the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data and 2G. No contract, no mystery fees. Fully covering your bases for 50% less. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Fall is in the air. Fall projects are on the list, and the Home Depot is ready with more ways than ever to help. Use our mobile app to search, shop, and save. Choose flexible delivery options that bring everything you need right to your door. And if you need tools for a project, but not forever, you can rent them. You won't find a better toolbox anywhere else. Take on fall and fall projects now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
I left the military with a traumatic brain injury. I came home to fight depression, anxiety, and alcohol.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Adam Greathouse, Army veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
With DAV's help, I've built a new life for myself.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is just experiencing life.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
There's an underdog story happening today in America. Small businesses are fighting to make a comeback, but in the moment they have the least, they're giving the most. They're rallying communities and neighborhoods, yet asking for little in return. Well, it's time we gave back. Small Unites is making it simple for everyone to take action and support the small businesses that unite us all. Find out how you can donate, shop, and share today at smallunites.org.
Let's be there for them.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Create custom reels and search over 3.5 million videos this World Series. Watch, create, share, only at MLB.com/filmroom. Dan Shulman to Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, top of the 6th inning. The Dodgers lead the Rays 3-2, and we have another pitcher out of the Rays bullpen. Pete Fairbanks will only go 1 inning. And another one of their top-flight relievers, Diego Castillo, is into the game. He has pitched 8 times in the postseason, has allowed just 1 earned run through 8 2/3 innings. He is really nasty on right-handed batters with his hard sinker, hard slider combination. He locked up the end of the American League Championship Series for the Rays against the Astros. He's had 3 saves in the postseason. And he is on to face Will Smith, Cody Bellinger, and A.J. Pollock. So this is, even by cash standards, this is really going after it early here tonight, right?
I'm surprised that Fairbanks didn't stay in to get a couple of more outs because Cash has still got to get 12 outs.
First pitch to Smith inside, ball 1.
And remember, just like we're talking about today, it's close to a must-win game. It's not an elimination game. If somehow, you're able to win this, you still got to be able to come back tomorrow and have something to battle with at the back end. But at this rate, I don't know that the high leverage arms are going to be able to return tomorrow.
1-0 is high, ball 2. Fairbanks only threw 12 pitches. The only 2 things I can think of is, one, maybe there's something, maybe Fairbanks is feeling something, but we don't have any information on that. Or maybe because of where they are in the order, 5 of the next 6 hitters are right-handed batters. And probably will stay that way unless Peterson pinch hits. But if he doesn't, 5 of the next 6 are righties. And Castillo, a 2-0 slider for a strike, 2-1. He loves to use Castillo against as many right-handed batters as he can because of the combination that he's got.
And I guess if you look at if everything's fine with Fairbanks, you throw him for that 1 inning, then you're going to extend Castillo. He's the one that's going to try to carry a bulk of a couple of innings. Then perhaps maybe to loop for an out or 2, and then Anderson to close it out, assuming you can win the ballgame.
Right.
And then you've got Fairbanks perhaps and Anderson tomorrow that are strong and able to pitch, and Castillo might be chilling like he was that day in San Diego.
And that was great. The 2-1 swing and a miss, 2-2. So Castillo had pitched like a ton, and he was clearly not going to be used. And then
umbrella drink in the outfield.
Pretty much everything but. So TBS was doing the games, right? So we're getting the TBS feed, and you could see the guys in the bullpen, and he's in the stands. And I mean,
he was so
feet
close to a
up
nap.
and like posture like this, like he's on a lounger, and it was great. We couldn't stop laughing on the air. The 2-2 down and away, a full count on Will Smith. But he had earned the right to lounge.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he deserved it. If he would have had a lemonade in his hand or something, I don't even think anyone would have said anything because he had worked so hard.
Yeah,
the masseuse shows up.
Foot massage, the whole deal. Yeah. 3-2 Dodgers over the Rays, top 6. And the 3-2 to Smith, down and away. Boy, he got ahead of him, and then he just kept missing with sliders off the outside corner. His stuff's so good, he doesn't need to trick you into chasing that far outside. I mean,
let it play in the zone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let it play in the zone. You're going to miss barrels just because of that nasty late movement.
So he walks Smith, and now he faces the left-hand hitting Cody Bellinger. Bellinger has popped up and grounded out. Again, if you weren't with us earlier, switch from center field to DH just before the game because of some back stiffness. A.J. Pollock is in center. And the pitch from Castillo outside with a fastball, ball one. The shift is on for the Rays. Lau's over near the first baseline quite a ways, but he's not that deep because if he gets a ground ball, he'd like to try to force the lead runner, maybe start a double play. So he's not out on the outfield grass. Adames, the shortstop, around to the right of the bag as well. And the third baseman, Abrasso, even with the bag. The 1-0. And it's in there for a strike. Slider over the inside corner, 1-1. Cody Bellinger loaded up for that one, like he wanted to hit it a mile. And then when he read the spin, he backed off. I think he's ready to try to hit one a mile right now. He always is. But didn't it look like he was, even by his standards, really loading up? 1-1. Big swing, and the helmet comes off his head. I may not have played the game like some of y'all, but he was loading up. Big swing and a foul off. Yep. And the helmet went flying off his head. It's 1-2.
It's hard for me to believe that anything's wrong with the back, guys, because there has been nothing. He's been just as violent with the swings, and you don't see any kind of grimace after a swing. That's sometimes a guy can still attempt or appear that he's got the same swing, but you see on his face there is a level of pain. I don't see that in Cody.
Runner at first, nobody out. 3-2 Dodgers, top six. The set and the 1-2 up and away with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Aaron Loop is now throwing in the bullpen for the Rays. Boy, depending on how things go and when Loop's brought in, Kevin Cash is moving through his key guys rather quickly tonight, trying to keep this game close. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball up and away, 1 down.
A little surprise there because Cody Bellinger's usually pretty good at fighting off pitches up and away when he's got 2 strikes to extend his at-bat there. But as you guys were talking about, looks like he's trying to pull the ball and go deep. That front side opened a little bit early, which makes that outside corner really far away and hard for even a tall guy with his type of plate coverage to reach the pitch and foul it off.
So a big first out as Castillo gets Bellinger. And now he faces A.J. Pollock. Pollock has grounded out and also had a double. On deck, Chris Taylor. After him, Kike Hernandez, or maybe Jock Peterson to pinch hit. The set. And a throw to first. Diving back in on the play is Smith. And the Dodger fans in Arlington are booing Diego Castillo. (3-2) LA, leading the series 2-1. And the pitch, slider down and away, ball 1 to Pollock.
It's interesting with 25% capacity. It's like there's enough fans where you can get a big chant like a Mookie. You can hear the boos or the cheers, but then it's not enough where it gets drowned out. You can actually hear one person yelling.
And we saw Mookie Betts reacting to the people chanting his name. He was smiling about it. I would think the players love having a little bit of atmosphere. And again, the Dodgers had this last round. The Rays did not in San Diego. This is new for them this round. 1-0 is inside, ball 2, and Castillo without his best command tonight. And he looks a little frustrated on the mound right now.
Like he's laboring.
He'll find it. You know, when you talk about these fans in the stands, too, you have some of these players that have never been in the postseason before and have no idea, like what guys like Bellinger and Betts and Seegers and all those, to have 50,000, 55,000 people just making that place swell up and creating some pressure.
2-0 slider missed outside, ball 3.
There is something to be said about the energy in a ballpark that can be for your team. But then also when you're on the road and it's against you, it's like, man, it can place can swell up and get really big. And I remember Yankee Stadium used to be that way. It's like all of a sudden it's like the stadium would become like this big monster late in the game, and the fans, and you just felt like, man, I'm under attack.
Yeah. Nothing like it. 3-0, and the fastball runs inside. Boy, he's missing away with his slider. He's missing in with his fastball. Castillo's walked 2. This is a concern right now for the Rays because this is not typically who Diego Castillo is, and Kyle Snyder, the pitching coach, is on his way out to say, hey, what's up? Or something to that effect. They've got Loop up and ready, but I don't think they go to Loop until a left-handed batter comes up unless they have to. You know, and right now, if you're Dave Roberts and Kike Hernandez is on deck, I think you'd rather, Castillo's struggling. I think you'd rather have Kike Hernandez face Diego Castillo than have Jock Peterson face Aaron Loop. Plus, you keep your better defensive team in.
Keep burning pitches through one of their best pitchers when he's struggling.
Yeah. This is not, we have not seen this from Diego Castillo, and we've done every Tampa Bay game of the postseason. He has been nails for them, but he doesn't look right tonight. And now the home plate umpire, Chris Guccione, is trying to break up this meeting on the mound. And he finally does.
You never want to judge a guy off of his body language, but, you know, if I can do so, he doesn't look right. Like his facial expressions don't look like, hey, you know, I'm in here. This is the World Series. I got this. I'm ready to go. He looks kind of more like, I hope it works out.
Yes, I agree with you.
And he's 15 pitches in, and he keeps looking like he's still trying to loosen up.
He pitched once in Game 2. He only threw 3 pitches. He had a heavy workload by reliever standards in the last couple of rounds, but not in the last several days. First and second, 1 out for the Dodgers' top 6. Leading 3-2. Chris Taylor 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. And we'll see if Castillo can fight his way out of this jam. Righty against righty. And a first pitch fastball sent foul right side, 0-1. His velocity looks pretty close to normal. That was 96. We'll see him get to 98. The slider's been around 89. So he's in the neighborhood. He does not have any kind of there's nothing aggressive about his presence on the mound right now. And I would think players on the field can sense that. They can see that. Here's the 0-1. And a fastball fouled back, 0-2.
Got some good arm side run on that fastball, even though he's not hitting 98. 96, pretty good movement in on the hands of Chris Taylor. So see if now that he's got him conscious of that inside pitch, maybe expand a little bit to the outside part of the plate. Chris Taylor just has such good plate coverage. He stands on the plate and still able to fight off high velocity inside. So it won't be as easy as it might be against some other batters.
A big moment here in the 6th inning of Game 4. The Dodgers up by 1. Here's the 0-2 slider, but down and away. Taylor wouldn't chase. Ball 1. When Castillo is right, you'll see him put away right-handed batters like on 3 pitches sometimes. I mean, he'll make quick work of guys because the stuff is so good. Will Smith is out at second. A.J. Pollock's at first. Each of them walked. Here's the 1-2 on the way, and it is lined to left field, but it is carrying out to Margot to make the catch for the second out. Hit right on the screws, but hit right at Margot. Taylor looking at the scoreboard out in deep right field as he walks back to the dugout, wanting to have another look at it. He got a fastball just above the knees, and he squared it up.
Yeah, I think that setup that Chris Taylor has that gets him great plate coverage to the outside part of the plate actually tied him up a little bit to be able to get the hands through on that pitch at that moment with that velocity, because even though he hit it hard, I think it got in on him just a little bit and wasn't able to get through it and power it with the backspin to get over Margot's head.
So with 2 down, here's Kike Hernandez. No pinch hitter. Hernandez will stay to face Castillo. 2 on, 2 out, 1-run lead Dodgers. And the pitch, slider and a swing and a miss. And that one wasn't down and away. That one was up over the middle of the plate, but Hernandez swung underneath it.
he keeps moving on the mound like he's trying to loosen it. Like when you see guys go to the bullpen, they first start stretching. Diego Castillo's doing that between every pitch.
Mookie Betts is on deck. Should the inning continue? Castillo trying to prevent that. The 0-1. And he's in there with a slider, front door slider there to the inside corner, and it's 0-2.
And both of those, Mike Zunino behind the plate, setting up low and away. That's where the slider is intended to go, but they both back up, which actually it can work a lot of times because it fools not just the catcher behind the plate, but also the hitter.
Yeah, not what anybody's expecting. So he's way out in front, 0-2 on Hernandez. The set and the pitch down and away, and Hernandez checks the swing. Ball 1. There is an excellent chance that at some point Kevin Cash is going to have to go to somebody in a really key spot who's not used to pitching in really key spots the way that things are going tonight. But that's a situation that may be encountered 2 or 3 innings from now. Right now it's about trying to get out of this. The 1-2 on the way, and a swing and a liner past a diving Brasso down the left field line. Smith is going to come in to score. Pollock will be held at third. It's a double for Kike Hernandez. It is 4-2 Dodgers.
This was the slider again, Dan, and we have just not seen him be able to hit where I feel like is Castillo, where it bottoms out away from right-handed batters. This is left over the middle part of the plate. It doesn't back up. It doesn't go down to the left. And it's in the cookie zone for Kike Hernandez as he screams to his dugout after that hit.
Yeah, not where Castillo wanted it. And now, this is interesting to me. Mookie Betts is the batter. You could go a number of different ways here. Second and third. Do you walk Mookie, load the bases, bring in the lefty to face Seager?
Yeah, I would do that.
That's what...
I'd do that.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Castillo doesn't have it. This is Mookie Betts. They're going to pitch to him. You could put him on, bring in Loop to face Seager. Not that that's easy or anything. Here's the first pitch to Betts, and it's down and away, ball 1. Like, Castillo clearly is not the best version of himself tonight.
And you have Loop up, and he's ready. It's not like he's still trying to get ready, and you're a little bit behind. He's ready to go. And, we had this situation last night. Cash opted to pitch to Max Muncy. He got burned on it. I know Corey Seager hits lefties and righties, but you still have to try to play the matchup.
The 1-0, swinging a foul off by Betts, 1-1. There are no real great decisions here or great matchups for Kevin Cash at this point, given where the Dodgers are in their lineup. But I would have thought this would have been an automatic put Mookie on, bring in the lefty to face Seager. We'll see how it plays out. It is 4-2 Dodgers. 1 ball and 1 strike to count on Betts, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Whereas Seager's hit the ball 3 times, has hit the ball hard 3 times. Maybe that has something to do with it. 1-1 and a swing and a fly ball, and Betts will slam the bat down as he lifts the fly ball to shallow center. Kiermaier's there to make the catch. The side is retired. No further damage done, but the Dodgers do get a run and lead 4-2 going to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Start your morning with the opening drive.
Who has a more solid and sound identity than the Tennessee Titans right now? A team can say, I know exactly what you're going to try and do to us, and they do it anyway.
Henry, end zone, touchdown, Titans! He is the baddest man in the NFL!
It's kind of like Shaq when he used to play. Like, we know you're going to throw it down there, and you're either going to dunk or shot fake and dunk. There's not much we can do about it. You know they're going to give it to Derrick Henry, and teams still can't stop him.
The opening drive. To find us on demand, use the keyword drive.
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all years to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl and a sneer. Sirius XM Scream. Your soundtrack for Halloween is alive on Channel 105.
It's the Pat McAfee Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
On the field, the narrative about you last year was that you were washed up. Did you hear that stuff?
Is anybody surprised? All the media does is write stories to get clicks. I sometimes laugh when people talk about, down years for me, because a lot of times down years for me are career years for most quarterbacks.
That was awesome! I am so happy you said that.
The Pat McAfee Show. Weekdays from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
It's just the facts, bro.
The next wave of MMA talk is on SiriusXM Fight Nation.
The MMA gods throw us a curveball.
Insight into the inner workings of the fight game.
Going to war with the UFC. Generally, that doesn't work out great.
Brutally honest opinions.
He's what I call a GBND. Game, but not dangerous.
And always game to step outside the cage. Unlocking the Cage with Jimmy Smith. Weekdays from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Fight Nation Channel 156.
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the sixth inning in a really interesting game here in the Game 4 of the World Series. Dan Shulman to Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney. The Dodgers lead the Rays 4-2. Nobody scored more than one run in any inning right now. The Rays keep getting one to get within one, and the Dodgers get one back to extend it to 2 again. Blake Trinan got one out on one pitch to close out the fifth. And now he's on to face Randy Arozarena, Mike Brasso, although it looks like G-Man Choi is in the on-deck circle, and then Manuel Margot. So this will be some heavy lifting for Trinan here in the sixth inning, potentially, given where the Rays are in their lineup, as Arozarena takes an inside breaking ball. Ball one. Arozarena is 2 for 2 tonight with a single and yet another home run, his 9th home run of the postseason. A missile to right center. The set by Trinan. And the 1-0 on the way, a swing and a foul back, 1-1.
You think he'll see a fastball again?
I don't know.
No, not just tonight, for the rest of the series.
For like ever? Yeah.
Ryan Sheriff up and
Rest
throwing
of
in the
life.
Rays bullpen. Loop is down. Ryan Sheriff up now for Kevin Cash in the Rays bullpen.
Because it's 2 instead of 1? Because they're down 2, instead of down 1? Here's the 1-1, down low, ball 2.
I don't know that, Dan. That's a good question.
Because this is the spot you would use Loop. Seager's up first, Muncy's up third, Bellinger's up fifth. Now, Sheriff's a lefty also, like Loop, but Loop is your top lefty. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Got a slider down low, 2-2.
Yeah, I think if Rosarena put one in the seats right now, we might see Luke
And
get
Luke
back
gets
up.
back up. Yeah. It's the decision making for managers is so much more complicated and intricate than it used to be because they've got so much more information. Back in the day, Sparky Anderson or Earl Weaver or Billy Martin or Whitey Herzog would say, hey, big guy, go out and throw 9. If something's bothering you after 8, let me know. But otherwise, what do you...
Suck it up.
2-2 and a swing and a liner to center field. Another hit for Arozarena. Wow. He is 3 for 3.
Just kind of flipped that breaking ball up there and thinking, well, he hits fastballs, doesn't hit breaking balls as well as fastballs, but you still have to execute that breaking ball, and he should be pretty thankful that that wasn't something that Arozarena put over the fence again.
What a night. What a month Randy Arozarena's having. The first player ever to hit 9 postseason home runs. And now the tying run will come to the plate, and it is G-Man Choi. Choi will come off the bench to bat for Mike Brasso. One of a number of left-handed bats that Kevin Cash can bring off the bench. Choi missing the last couple of weeks of the season with a hamstring injury, so did not have his typical year, but he does have power. Didn't show it as much this year. The first pitch inside with a cutter. Ball 1.
Hamstring looks pretty healthy based on the splits he's been showcasing in the postseason.
Yeah.
That went viral, by the way. It was all over the place last night.
Well, we asked Kevin Cash today on our Zoom call with him. I mean, you guys have seen him do the splits more than we have, but does the dugout still erupt every time that he does it? He goes, absolutely. Like, they can't get enough of it. The world needs more G-Man Choi. I mean, he makes people smile no matter what he does. Here's the 1-0, and he takes it low, ball 2. not only the splits, as you guys know, he made 2 sensational jump up in the air, catch the ball, swipe the tag on the runner going by plays last night, too.
The athleticism for a big boy.
Yeah. Don't let his body type deceive you. He makes some great plays over at first. 4-2 Dodgers, bottom 6. But a Rosarena's aboard, and it's a 2-0 count on Choi with nobody out. The shortstop Seager playing just to the right of second base. So they do have a shift on against Choi. Outfielders are straight away. And the 2-0 inside with a fastball, ball 3.
What's funny is you could have a guy like, a teammate that's body type is like Choi, and you're in the training room, you're getting your hamstring or something worked on, and they just come through for a Q-tip or something, and they look over and they say, you got too much muscle.
Yeah.
That's why you have injuries.
Yeah.
You need to look like me. Have your body look like me. You won't need treatment.
He is listed at 6'1", 260, but he can play. The 3-0, and he takes a strike, 3-1. Ooh, swing at it?
I think he'd like that back.
Yeah.
Or at least in this 3-1 count, throw that again. That's kind of in the wheelhouse for the lefty. The typical when we talk about lefties like down and in, it's not true to a man, but it seems like that's a real sweet spot, and it comes off the bat very pretty, unlike a right-hander with that same pitch.
4-2 Dodgers, bottom 6. And the 3-1 on the way, and he got a cutter there, and he bounced it foul up the first baseline, 3-2. Four-seamer at 97, cutter at 93, 94, slider in the high 80s. The mix from Blake Trinan, a very good reliever. This game's kind of like a tug-of-war. The Dodgers pull, and they get 2 ahead, and then the Rays pull back, and they get within 1 again. Back and forth they've gone. The Rays trying to make some noise here in the bottom of the 6th, down by a couple. Lead at first by a Rosarena with the shift on for the Dodgers. Not going, and the 3-2 fouled back by Choi. Pedro Baez is up in the bullpen now for the Dodgers. Sheriff continuing to throw for the Rays. There could be all kinds of question marks tomorrow night about who's available, who's fresh, based on how many guys may pitch in this game.
It's all about tonight. Obviously tonight more critical for the Rays, but Dave Roberts knows as well. They can bag this win tonight. There's a really good chance that he's not answering questions about who his 6th starter is.
Right.
For game 6, I should say. He'd like to just close it up. And as you said earlier, Jess, how great would that be? Clayton Kershaw takes the ball.
Right.
Game 5. Gets that trophy.
The narrative is leading to that.
3-2's outside, though. Trinan will walk Choi. Rosarena was running on the pitch, and with a shift on, the catcher Smith kind of raced up the line towards third. They didn't want Rosarena to make a break for third. So he's at second. Choi's at first with nobody out. And here comes Mark Pryor, the pitching coach for the Dodgers.
Things are looking pretty good for the Rays right now, I'd say, with an opportunity to strike back and get back into this ball game down by 2. Running out of time in the 6th inning.
And another pinch hitter. Now for the Rays, Austin Meadows is going to bat for Manuel Margot. And this is interesting. Margot, because of how well he's hit this October, has basically become an everyday guy, although he wasn't during the season. But given how tough Trinan can be on righties and the magnitude of the moment, Kevin Cash will get Meadows up there right now. Rosarena at second and Choi at first. Nobody out. Dodgers 4, Rays 2. In the bottom of the 6th inning as Meadows comes off the bench. Meadows, another guy dealing with a difficult season, tested positive for COVID at the beginning of the year, suffered an oblique injury at the end of the year. Says he's feeling fine right now. Was an all-star last year, hit 33 homers. This year hit just 205 with 4 homers in 132 at-bats. Tried in the set. Kicks, fires, and a swing and a fly ball hit hard but foul down the right field line, out of play. Right about foul pole distance. but about a section and a half to the right of the pole.
Meadows knew it. Had no chance because he didn't even move. I kind of flinched.
Me too.
When he made contact. I'm like, uh-oh.
It's
3-run homer. But I think Trinan probably needs to go back to elevating the fastball. As his team, the Rays, not good at hitting high fastballs, the top of the zone.
A look back at Arozarena at second in the 0-1, and he got him to chase a slider in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Julio Urias went 4 2/3, the starter for the Dodgers. Ryan Yarbrough, the starter for the Rays, went just 3 1/3. So both managers are going to have to use a lot of relievers here in Game 4. Clayton Kershaw, Tyler Glasnow scheduled for Game 5 tomorrow night. The 0-2 to Meadows, swing and a miss. Got him on a slider in the zone that got a lot of the plate, but Meadows swings through it.
That was tricky. 89, but it looked like it just had a little twist to it, not a true break to a slider. Almost a little more cutter-ish to the back door.
It was like cutter movement with slider velocity. But it got him. And now Dave Roberts is on his way to the mound. So he wants Pedro Baez. He wants Baez to face Brandon Lau, and that'll be all for Trinan. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ween. Don't let your savings disappear. 2 on, 1 out for the Rays bottom 6, trailing 4-2. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Ugh, I have to do laundry when I get home. I have to lug all my clothes over to the washing machine. Then I get to put them in the dryer and accidentally shrink my cashmere sweater again.
Motorcycles make everything exciting. And when Geico makes it easy to switch and save on motorcycle insurance, it's even more exciting.
I'm gonna fold all my socks into little balls! Yeah!
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Mark Kestisher in the studio with our Pennzoil performance of the day. Earlier in the game, going to Tampa Bay's Randy Arozarena.
Here's Randy Arozarena leading off the fourth. 2-0 Dodgers, and Arozarena swings and sends a fly ball deep right center field. Well hit. It is gone. Randy Arozarena has done it again. He has become the first player ever to hit 9 home runs in a single postseason, and he's got the Rays on the board, trailing 2-1.
Our Pennzoil performance of the day. Pennzoil synthetic motor oils are made from natural gas. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Not only his 9th home run, he's 3 for 3 tonight. 26 hits, tying Pablo Sandoval for the most hits in a single postseason. And right now he's on base. The tying runs are on base for Tampa Bay. Pitching change, 6th inning as we send it back with Chris Singleton and Jessica Mendoza. Here's Dan Schulman.
Thank you, Kesty. Right-hander Pedro Baez comes into the game now for the Dodgers. Baez is very tough on lefties, which is the reason that Dave Roberts made this move with the left-hand hitting Brandon Lau coming up. During the regular season, lefties went just 3 for 31 against Baez, an .097 average with just a .273 OPS. So the numbers support this move from one righty to another. Trinan out, Baez in. Lau 0 for 2. Baez in 6 appearances in the postseason has gone 5 1/3 and given up a run on 2 hits at a 3.18 ERA and a couple of saves in 18 regular season appearances. Randy Arozarena's at second. G-Man Choi is at first. There's 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Tampa Bay down 4-2. Baez the set. And the pitch. Up and away. Ball 1.
No, you look at the splits, particularly this year, really drastic between left and right. But career, it's been reverse splits, not nearly as drastic as this year. But again, this year a smaller sample size. But you go off of that recency bias, right? And that's what he's been doing. And he's had that for his career, but this year even more dominant against lefties.
And the changeup, a big reason for that. Throws it 37% of the time. Just threw a good one to Lau. Got a swing and a miss. 1-1.
Yeah, lefties hit just over 100, Dan, on the changeup specifically. So if you want to hone in on the pitch, as you see for a lot of righties that have reverse splits, it's because of that changeup.
Yeah, just about everyone will have a change or a splitter, which in effect does the same thing. Big moment here, bottom 6. Rays with 2 men on, down by 2. And the 1-1. Swing and a foul off. Another change, and Lau tops it foul up the first base side of the field. 1-2. So it's been Urias, Treinen, and Baez thus far for the Dodgers as they lead by 2 here in Game 4. Nobody up in the Dodger pen since Baez came into the game. Sheriff just looking on from the Rays pen as he figures to be coming in top 7 for Tampa Bay. A look back at the runner at second base by Baez. Now he sets. And the 1-2 on the way. Fastball at 95. Misses outside. 2-2. Brandon Lau with the 2 home runs in Game 2. But otherwise, for the most part, it has been as big a slump as he has had in his big league career. And both home runs, we should know, went to the opposite field in Game 2.
An opposite field. Doesn't have to be a home run right here, but with only one fielder on the left side of the infield, if he can hit something that way, he's got a chance for a knock and RBI.
2-2, and a swing and a ball sent in the air to left center field. He's hit it pretty well. Going back, Taylor, it's gone! Right on cue, an opposite field 3-run homer for Brandon Lau, and Tampa Bay has taken the lead.
Great shot of Dave Roberts, just shaking his head in disbelief. And pretty phenomenal, guys. The Dodgers have been in the driver's seat in this ball game. 2 strikes on Brandon Lau. Looks a bit overmatched with the fastball changeup combination. It comes through once again.
And before Lau hit home plate, Aaron Loop started throwing in the bullpen. Kevin Cash has changed his bullpen plans. What a moment for Brandon Lau. We talked about the tug-of-war nature of this game. Give a little, get a little. And finally, the Rays came up with a huge hit. Lau being smothered by his teammates in the dugout right now. His 3rd home run in the World Series. Now Baez slips on his follow-through and bounces one in. Ball 1 to Adames. The Rays have their first lead of the night. It is 5-4 Tampa Bay.
They just showed the replay of what you were talking about, Singy. Dave Roberts in the dugout just looking at the information he's got in front of him, shaking his head.
1-0 to Adames. A swing and a ground ball down to third. Turner's got it. And across to first in time. Adames retired 2 down. Well, nobody got anything off. No lefties were doing anything off Baez all season. And then he got a fastball to the outside corner and took it the other way, high and deep to left center field. 3 homers in the series, and they've all gone to the opposite field.
And he didn't crush it. I mean, we've seen some home runs in this game alone where the ball is just scorched. I mean, getting out of here, ricocheting off of seats. This one was kind of poked and just barely cleared the wall in left field.
It looked like it was max efficiency in terms of the pitch that was delivered, him just getting the bat to the ball.
Hunter Renfroe takes a strike.
Getting just enough backspin, everything. One of those things where it's like he probably doesn't even feel like he swung very hard at all, but everything was perfect. He got some help from the pitcher, and hey, it's beautiful when it happens that way as a hitter.
Not a big guy, hit at 399 feet. There's the 0-1 and a swing and a bouncer foul up the first base side, 0-2 on Renfroe. So now Tampa Bay's got its first lead. They've got Loop ready to come in. And can they get 9 outs? They're only up by 1, but can they get 9 outs out of Loop and Anderson? Can they get to the finish line with the two guys that they exclusively want to use? Or will Kevin Cash have to mix somebody else in there as well? Thompson, Fairbanks, and Castillo have already come and gone. Pitch in the dirt, ball one.
Well, we know this. Nick Anderson in this postseason hasn't been the dominant pitcher that he's been in the regular season. And the deeper we get, that's more pitches, more innings. So I would say, Dan, my confidence level isn't nearly as high now as it was earlier in the postseason for Nick Anderson to come in and just be lights out.
1-2 to Renfroe. Swing and a miss at a fastball up above the zone, and the inning is over. But what an inning it is for the Tampa Bay Rays. Brandon Lau with a 3-run shot to left center field. The Rays lead 5-4 at the end of 6. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Start your legend today with RBI Baseball 20. It's fast-paced baseball action on your favorite video game system. Manage your favorite club in franchise mode, challenge a friend in multiplayer, or just let it rip in the Home Run Derby. All new features make the game better than ever. RBI Baseball 20. Legends start here. Out now on all major gaming platforms and mobile devices. Get your copy today wherever games are sold. Rated E. Copyright MLB. Officially licensed product of MLB Players, Inc.
Do not hire Franklin & Sons Electrical. The guy told me he'd shrink my monthly bill, and I'm like, dude, it's too small to read as it is.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then he's like, where's the circuit breaker? I'm like, bro, I didn't break anything.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial auto and business insurance.
He told me I had a blown fuse. It's called a short fuse, and yes, I do have one, so watch yourself.
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Mark Kestisher, Rise and Grind with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin every weekday morning, 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News. Brandon Lau's 3-run homer has given the Rays a 5-4 lead over the Dodgers. 7th inning coming up in a moment. Updating top 25 college football action at this hour on ABC. Michigan playing for its 17th straight win at Minnesota. Big lead, 49-24, 6 minutes to go. Top 16 matchup on ESPN2 at the half. 9th-ranked Cincinnati leading at 16th-ranked SMU. 14-10. Earlier, number 2 Alabama stayed unbeaten, cruising at Tennessee. Najee Harris, 3 touchdown runs. Tough injury news, though. Crimson Tide losing standout receiver, kick returner Jalen Waddle on the opening kickoff. Suffered a broken ankle. Coach Nick Saban says Waddle's injury is season-ending. Clap or cheer for the AL team and NL team during the World Series from home. Let your excitement be heard with MLB's Cheer at the Ballpark. Visit MLB.com/cheer to join in. Buster Olney joining us. Aaron Loop, big in Game 2 in the Rays win. What do you expect as he gets set to enter?
Yeah, Kessie, this is the type of game. This is the time of year when managers are looking for heroes, and Aaron Loop has been one for the Rays in this postseason. 6 games, 4 innings pitched, no runs, 6 strikeouts, and obviously Kevin Cash looking for him to suck up some outs down the stretch. I will tell you, Dan, just talking with evaluators of other teams, they really feel like the Nick Anderson stuff, maybe because he's worn down, has really regressed as we've gone through October. It'll be interesting to watch.
It really will. Singy mentioned that as well, that he's been touched up now and again in the postseason, which did not happen in the regular season. They're going to need some outs out of him. There's still a long way to go. They need 9 more outs, but they've got the lead for the first time tonight after the home run by Brandon Lau. And now Aaron Loop is in to face Corey Seager to begin the 7th, and Seager, as he does 55% of the time, swings at the first pitch. Fouled this one back, and it's 0-1. Loop, side armor, tough on lefties. Seager up first, Muncy up third, Bellinger 5th, if it gets that far, or next inning. So if you're going to use Loop, this is exactly the spot in the lineup where Kevin Cash would want to bring him in. The 0-1 on the way, and a swing and a ball pulled between first and second into right field. A base hit on a ball that maybe Yandy Diaz might have been able to dive for and get, but he went to the bag and the ball found a hole.
Corey Seager, just with that approach, I mean, he has the approach to really get barrel, but then he also has the approach when he misses that he's on a good path and playing to the ball to still power it through the infield. And his 3rd knock of the night, one of them went over the fence.
And forgive me, it wasn't Diaz. All kinds of defensive changes, and I was an inning behind after the pinch hitting. Choi has gone to first. Diaz is now at third. Meadows is now in left. It's a base hit for Seager, and here's Turner. 2 for 3, including a home run, as he takes just inside ball 1.
Now Dylan Floro up and thrown in the Dodgers bullpen, which is interesting as well.
Yeah. So Floro up for the Dodgers with them trailing. Anderson up for the Rays with them leading. 1-0 is outside ball 2. If Tampa Bay continues to lead, we're going to get into one of these situations, and the Rays have been there before, where the last, somebody you wouldn't expect is in there in the 9th inning. The Rays had 12 different pitchers get a save this season in a 60-game season. A 2-0 fouled off by Turner right side, 2-1. And Jess Singy's heard me say this before, but I'll say it to you because you haven't been with us when I've said this before. That's absurd. 12 relievers getting a save in a 60-game season is ludicrous, and Pete Fairbanks wasn't one of them. And then he got their first 3 saves in the postseason.
Wow.
Welcome to the Rays. And, it could be anybody coming in later in this game. The 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2.
So here's the deal. If the Dodgers score, Floro can't be coming in the ballgame. You've got to get Gratterall or Jansen into this game. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's still a 1-run game that you went to Jansen or Gratterall, because, again, you've got the best offense, essentially, in baseball this year.
The 2-2, and Turner late on the fastball. Yeah, I think at this point, both managers, to coin a phrase, they've pushed all their chips into the middle of the table on this game right now, right? You go all in the rest of the way, and you figure it out on the fly.
But if Dylan Floro comes in, it's not all in. We're losing by 1.
Right, if they're trailing, right.
But if we take the lead, yes.
Or even tie, yeah. There's a lot going on in this baseball game. The 2-2, and Turner lines a ball into left center, a base hit. Over to cut it off is Kiermaier. On his way around to third. On the play is Seager. Head first dive into second for Turner. And here come the Dodgers. Second and third, nobody out.
I've maintained through this postseason against teams like the Yankees, the Astros, and here the Dodgers for the Rays, if you are tied or up a run, there's a good chance you're going to lose because of this offense that the Dodgers have. And so that's, to my point, guys, where I feel like even after this inning, if the Dodgers go back in the dugout and they're still down a run, I don't send Floro out there. I'd send Gratterall or Jansen, because I got to have confidence that in 2 innings, my guy, we can hold them with the pitchers we send out, and we can score at least 1 run. That would tie it up. 2 runs puts you ahead.
Floro's still on the bullpen mound right now as Muncy takes a strike.
By the way, that was not a sure double. Turner, that's an insult. I mean, this is a ground ball. It was hit between 2 outfielders, but it wasn't hit past them. Turner with not a lot of speed. They should have gotten him out at second.
Infield in for the Rays. Second and third, nobody out, in the 0-1 to Muncy. Swing and a miss. 0-2. And that loop fastball will sneak up on you from the side. That was 94.
One of the things that will happen, when you have a situation at this point in the ballgame, you have a lead with a runner on first base, the outfielders will play a little bit deeper because you're trying to keep the ball in front of you. You want to prevent that run from scoring from first base. So that gives a little bit more time just to maybe adjust and Turner to turn a single into a double.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Loop strikes out Muncy. 1 down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
We're talking baseball all day long on MLB Network Radio, Sirius 209 XM 89.
5-4 Rays over the Dodgers, 7th inning, and Aaron Loop is out of the game. Here comes Nick Anderson. Another pitching change. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ween. Don't let your savings disappear. 5-4 Rays, but the Dodgers are threatening. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today, everyone is expecting you to maintain a new level of clean. from customers and employees to students and staff. Cintas has the essential products and services to help you carry out cleaning protocols effectively. We'll keep you well stocked with cleaning supplies, professionally laundered uniforms, and other essentials like face masks, hand sanitizer, and thermometers. Give everyone the confidence they need to keep coming back. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I left the military with a traumatic brain injury. I came home to fight depression, anxiety, and alcohol.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Adam Greathouse, Army veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
With DAV's help, I've built a new life for myself.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is just experiencing life.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Mark Kestisher, Buster Olney in the studio. Rise and Grind with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin every weekday morning from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News. Pitching change, top of the seventh inning. The Rays a 5-4 lead on the first lead change of the World Series, the Brandon Lau home run. And Buster, the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second, pitching change, and Will Smith coming to the plate.
And when the Dodgers scouted Will Smith, one thing that jumped out to them was this was a player who always maintained his composure. And we've seen it throughout this postseason, driven in 13 runs already. And, Dan, a great opportunity right here.
Absolutely. Second and third, one out. What a game. I mean, both managers, just especially Kevin Cash, trying to do everything that he can do to put out the fire right now. And they put it out. And then the next inning, there's another fire. And the next inning, there's another fire. And he's already gone through Thompson, Fairbanks, Castillo, Loop, and now Nick Anderson. Their best reliever during the regular season, but as Buster talked about and Singy talked about, not throwing as well in the postseason. He comes in and inherits a second and third one-out situation, up a run, with Will Smith, the batter, and Cody Bellinger on deck. Whew.
In all of this, though, I wish there were less arms because the momentum, I mean, all the excitement happens and then there's a pause and pitching change.
Yeah. We were joking during the break, is this maybe like a 7-inning game and nobody told us? The way that they're going about it right now. You know, the Dodgers still have at their disposal Kenley Jansen, Brusdar Graterol. So in terms of high leverage guys, Dave Roberts still has a couple of his. This is the last high leverage guy. A guy who has typically been used in high-leverage situations for Kevin Cash. Infield is way in for the Rays. And the pitch to Will Smith. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Infield in and shift on. 3 on the left side. And, guys, we have seen Will Smith have the ability to not try to overthink this, just try to shoot something back up the middle for a base hit. The first baseman, Choi. So there are 90 feet between first and second. He may not be 45 feet off the line, but he's a good 40 away from first base. The 0-1, a swing and a foul back, 0-2. It's got to feel so strange, and I know they're used to doing it by now, and it's more common, but it's got to feel strange for a first baseman to be that far off the line.
Yeah, I mean, if the ball's hit to him, and if it's hit sharply, he's going to probably try to come home and prevent Seager from scoring. A foot race to the bag, that will be fun to watch if it's hit right at him. But we shall see.
5-4 Rays after the Lau 3-run homer, bottom 6. Dodgers threatening top 7. The set and the 0-2, swing and a miss. Got him with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, 2 down.
And really, that's the location of that velocity pitch where you want it. But I think earlier in this at-bat, Anderson had thrown some elevated fastballs to Will Smith, and probably in the back of his mind, I got to be a little quicker to catch that pitch upstairs, and just wasn't able to at least foul tip or foul off a fastball down.
And now the Rays have intentionally walked Cody Bellinger to load the bases, and Dave Roberts will send Jock Peterson up as a pinch hitter for A.J. Pollock as the wheels continue to turn on both sides. Bases loaded, 2 down. Anderson and Peterson in a 1-run game with the bases loaded and 2 outs. So now the infielders, Adames and Lau, are looking into the dugout trying to figure out exactly where they are supposed to play. Zunino, the catcher, has gone to the mound for a conversation with Anderson.
And Just mind you, Jock Peterson's not trying to just hit one the other way to get a run in or two. It's all out. 4-run homer is what he's looking for right here.
He's not going to try to poke it and get a couple ribbies.
Shift on. Shortstop Adames to the right of second. Diaz, the third baseman, alone on the left side. Another huge moment here in Game 4. Anderson the set. Kicks, fires, and a swing and a miss at a first pitch curveball. It's 0-1. Thompson 2/3 of an inning. Fairbanks an inning. Castillo an inning. Loop 1/3 of an inning. Now Anderson. As all of the key, really the inner circle relievers for the Rays have already pitched in this game. And it's only the 7th. But they're trying to hang on to this 1-run lead. Anderson sets, and the 0-1. A curveball in the dirt and blocked nicely by Zunino. Would have bounced about 8-10 feet to his right, but he found it quickly. And Seager, the runner at third, stays put.
How many times have we seen Mike Zunino do this, especially with their high-leverage guys that have the trust to be able to go to the breaking ball and know, even with a runner at third base, he'll figure out a way to block it.
1-1 the count. Anderson looking into Zunino. Peterson, left-handed hitter, lots of power. Open stance. Kind of bending back at the waist until Anderson deals. Here it comes, and a fastball misses up and in for ball 2. Nowhere to put him.
Not a bad miss, though, that you miss out over the plate. Could be tough if you're Nick Anderson, but wanted to get it in, and he missed inside, so not a bad miss at all. He just didn't bite on it.
Bases loaded, 2 down. The Dodgers down a run in the 7th inning of a pressure-packed Game 4. The 2-1 on the way outside, ball 3. And now a pitch away potentially from walking in the tying run.
Wow, guys, this is suspense right here, excitement. And you're looking and saying, all right, Nick Anderson, does he go to the breaking ball and try to avoid really hard contact with the fastball? Gosh, this is why.
Seager at third, Turner at second, Bellinger at first with 2 down. And another huge moment here in this game. Anderson ready. 3-1 on the way, and a swing and a ball lined and off the glove of Lau into right field, a base hit. 2 runs will come in to score. They've got Bellinger caught between second and third. Diaz puts the tag on him, but Jock Peterson with a line drive just off the glove of a diving Brandon Lau in right field. And it goes for a 2-run single to give the Dodgers the lead. A great effort by Lau, an inch away from catching the ball. But it goes for a 2-run single, and the Dodgers have the lead once again. It is 6-5 going to the bottom of the 7th. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, our arms are wide open to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Space Force, and the DoD. All are welcome to join, whether you're active duty, a veteran, or if you have family who have served. We've always got your six. That's why members earn and save $361 more per year by banking with us. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org. Dollar value based on 2019 study by Navy Federal.
Mom, I think this doll I found in the attic is cursed.
No, its eyes are just very lifelike.
Then why does its head keep spinning?
Be my friend forever.
Oh, that is scary.
You know what's really scary? Missing out on Geico's easy-to-use mobile app. You can manage your Geico policy whenever, wherever.
Let's play with another doll. Or we can just bury it deep in the ground.
Happy Geico-ween. Download the industry-leading Geico app today.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities. Or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. and the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at Advanced Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations.
At CDW, we get that even the biggest jobs need to fit on your lap.
It's true. My entire workday happens right here on my lap.
And you can get it done faster with the performance and security of a device configured by CDW and powered by 10th Gen Intel Core V Pro processors.
Nice.
Are you done yet, Mommy?
More time for story time.
An even better use of your lap. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/IntelBeGreat.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Wow, what a game, and wow, what a moment. Jock Peterson with a line drive to right field. Brandon Lau playing in the shift out in right field, lunging, diving to his right, gave it all he had, and the ball just ticking off his glove into right field for a 2-run single for Jock Peterson to give the Dodgers a 6-5 lead going to the bottom of the 7th. Peterson stays in the game in left field. Taylor moves from left to center. And Lau with his head buried in his hands in the dugout at his inability to catch the ball. But he gave that a 10 out of 10 effort. It's just the ball was hit about an inch or two too high for him to get his glove on it.
An inch. I mean, he dove as far as he could, but it was above him. Oh, man, what a play, though.
So we go bottom 7. Pedro Baez back on the mound for the Dodgers. Mike Zunino leads it off for the Rays. Swing and a miss. And a ball down and in. It's 0-1. Zunino, Kiermaier, Diaz, 8, 9, and 1 in the Rays lineup. Coming up here in the bottom of the 7th. Kevin Cash still has at least one more card to play off the bench at some point, and that's Joey Wendell. Zunino will walk in a strikeout tonight as he takes a fastball up and in. Check the swing. And it's a ball and a strike. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. They've left 7. 5 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Rays. They have left 2. Baez gave up a homer to give up the lead. The Dodgers just got it back for him as the 1-1 is swung on and fouled back out of play, 1-2.
Got Victor Gonzalez up and ready, it seems, in the Dodger bullpen. Curious as to where you might see him, perhaps 3-4 spot as we turn the lineup over. Choi Meadows to wait that long. I don't know that you would want to go too soon for Kiermaier, because then you've got Diaz right behind him and a Rosarena.
Here's the 1-2 to Zunino. Swing and a miss. He got him one down. If Cash decided to bring in Wendell for Diaz, then you could roll Gonzalez in there, right, with a left-handed batter up as a pinch hitter. So a strikeout of Zunino for the first out, and now it'll be Kevin Kiermaier.
You got to feel for Brandon Lau. They keep showing shots of him in the dugout, putting his head down, the emotion. You could see it in his eyes. And, I mean, what else? It's not like it was hit right to him and it bounced off his glove. I mean, he full out dove for that ball.
Yeah.
How hard did that come off the bat?
94 miles an hour. So it wasn't like a shot, but just under the hard hit.
There's Kiermaier. Swing and a miss at a changeup down and away, 0-1. Kiermaier 0 for 2 and a couple of strikeouts tonight. Boy, imagine the range of emotions that the players on these two teams have been through. It's the bottom of the 7th. The last time a team failed to score was the top of the 4th. They've been going back and forth. The 0-1 is down and away. 1-1 on Kiermaier.
It almost feels like the whole series is riding on this game. It has that feel to it just because for the Rays, this being so pivotal of a game they need to win, knowing that Clayton Kershaw looms tomorrow.
The Rays have been behind most of the night. The only time they took the lead was the bottom of the 6th after the home run by Lau, and then the Dodgers got it right back. 1-1, very high with a fastball, ball 2 to Kiermaier. Victor Gonzalez up in the Dodger pen, nobody throwing in the Rays pen. And if you're Dave Roberts, now that you've got the lead back, you've got Gonzalez in a specific spot if you want them, and you've got Gratterall and you've got Jansen. You're loaded still. The 2-1. Swing and a fly ball. Well hit. Right field. It's going to go! Kevin Kiermaier launches one to tie the game.
He's got this great little hop and a skip when he hits one. He doesn't hit a lot of them, folks, but it's pretty when he hits them, and he's been hitting several as of late. And just like that, you talked about Brandon Lau dejected over in the Rays dugout. He's got a little lift right now, Jess.
This game. I mean, this game.
It's unbelievable.
This is your 9-hole hitter down there at the bottom. As much as we've given the Dodgers credit for what they do 1 through 9, this Tampa Bay Rays, I mean, they spread it out. They have to. Huge at bat, especially with how down that dugout was, and now elated. I know it's tied, but they needed that.
So it is 6-6, bottom 7. That was a 426-foot home run by Kevin Kiermaier.
So much for the reverse splits tonight, huh?
Yeah, seriously.
Pedro Baez.
Seriously. 2 lefties have taken him out.
And it was a changeup.
Yandy Diaz takes low. It is 2-0. That is Kiermaier's 3rd home run of the postseason. He hit 3 during the regular season. And the Rays have scored all 6 of their runs tonight on homers. Arozarena, Renfroe, Lau, Kiermaier.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Because this was not their offense in the regular season. That's why.
Diaz 0 for 3 as he takes down and away. 3 balls, no strikes. Boy, sometimes you make the right moves and things go wrong. What a back and forth, topsy-turvy game. And we're not close to the finish line yet. 3-0 in for a strike, 3-1 on Diaz.
Yeah, and, in hindsight, looking at, the fact he had Victor Gonzalez up, it's not like you look now and say, well, that was an automatic move he should have made. No, I mean, you bring Gonzalez in, you're going to have to leave him in to face some righties at the top of the order. Right. So I think Dave Roberts did the right thing.
3-1 is low. Ball 4. Diaz aboard. And guess who's coming up? Randy Arozarena. I don't think Kevin Kiermaier, he's not wired to admire the ball. It's not his DNA, and he doesn't normally hit them, 40 feet over the fence like he did that one. But guys, he knew he got that one.
That little hop skip it's pretty cool. It jumps off of his bat when he gets it. And they're typically no doubters for him when he does get them.
Joey Wendell has come in to run now for Diaz at first base, and he can just stay in the game and play third.
Adam Kolarek now up in the Dodgers bullpen.
If I said to you guys, hey, predict what the last batter-pitcher matchup of this game is going to be, we have no shot. If you're a player on one of these two teams and you didn't get in the game tonight, you didn't try very hard. This is wild. Meanwhile, Randy Arozarena is 3 for 3 with a home run and a couple of singles. Because of course he is. And the go-ahead run is at first for the Rays in the bottom of the 7th. With the ex-Ray, Adam Kolarek, throwing in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Throw to first, Wendell diving back in. Wendell's got some speed. He was 8 for 10 stealing bases during the regular season.
Well, I would say probably going to put the brakes on a little bit here with Arozarena up and his potential to hit the ball over the fence. Yep. You want that to be a 2-run homer the way that these offenses have jumped back in the ball games. Need as many runs as possible.
Baez has given up 2 home runs already in this game. First pitch to Arozarena, there for a strike, 0-1.
Dan, one thing I've noticed the last couple of games is Arozarena, he had lost for a few games that look. He's got an incredible to look out of the corners of his eye at the pitcher, and it's just like this stare of death.
Yeah.
He kind of lost it for a few games. He got it back a couple of games ago, and it just seems to go hand in hand with him mashing.
Yeah. The 0-1 from Baez, swinging a ground ball up the middle, waiting for it at the bag as Hernandez step on second, throw to first. You'll never have an easier play if you're Kike Hernandez, and that double play will end the inning. But this game is tied after the home run by Kevin Kiermaier. 6-6 at the end of 7. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
I hired Nuptial Num-Nums to cater my wedding, and it was a disaster. Everyone was raving about the food instead of my dress.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
They're like, oh, Veronica, the lamb chops. Did the lamb chops fly you out to Cancun?
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial, auto, and business insurance.
I will not be hiring them for my next wedding.
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
My husband, Alex Hussey, was hit by an IED in Afghanistan.
I was playing man in foot patrol, and I stepped on the bomb. Lost my legs and left hand in an explosion.
DAV helps veterans of every generation to get the benefits they've earned.
To see Alex learning to snow ski, that's life-changing.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
This has meant so much. Thank you, DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
There's an underdog story happening today in America. Small businesses are fighting to make a comeback, but in the moment they have the least, they're giving the most. They're rallying communities and neighborhoods, yet asking for little in return. Well, it's time we gave back. Small Unites is making it simple for everyone to take action and support the small businesses that unite us all. Find out how you can donate, shop, and share today at smallunites.org.
Stugatz here. Advance Auto Parts is hooking you up big this October. Big as in $10,000 plus a virtual meet and greet with yours truly and the rest of the Dan Le Batard Show gang. Just text Le Batard to 77333 to enter, then head to Advance Auto Parts for a diehard battery so you're ready for your victory lap after winning. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. Limit 1 entry per day. See advanceautoparts.com for details.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This wild fourth game of the World Series continues to the top of the 8th inning. Tampa Bay just tied it up on a home run by Kevin Kiermaier. Nick Anderson back on the mound for the Rays. Joey Wendell stays in the game at third base after running for Yandy Diaz. Chris Taylor, Kike Hernandez, and Mookie Betts due up in the 8th inning for the Dodgers against Anderson. Nobody up in the Rays' pen. Nobody up in the Dodgers' pen. So how much can Kevin Cash get out of Nick Anderson, leading to the inevitable question, and when he's done, who's next? We'll find out.
It's like that emergency catcher, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know
that's
until
right.
he's told.
Yeah.
It's like down in the bullpen.
Yeah.
These roles they're beyond what the guys that are left have an expectation for. So they'll find out when the phone rings.
The remaining relievers for the Rays are Josh Fleming, Shane McClanahan, Ryan Sheriff, and John Curtis. Curtis would be probably the most logical choice, but it depends on the matchups. Let's see what Anderson can do. Let's see what Taylor can do. Now in center field for the Dodgers, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts on the night. Anderson the set. And the first pitch of the 8th inning, taken a little bit high, ball 1. You know, you wonder, for the fans of these two teams, this game's got to be exhausting with all the twists and turns. 1-0 is fouled back, 1-1. For the players, is the adrenaline so high? You guys have been there, I haven't. Is the adrenaline so high in the moment you just play through it, or are players mentally and physically exhausted right now?
I think the guys are really fired up, and they're loving the fact that next man up, who's going to be the hero? And when you have that type of vibe going, there's no greater unity, in my opinion, to try to win a ball game. And even if you don't win the game, I think it carries something into the next game.
1-1, fastball at the belt, 1-2.
You don't feel the exhaustion until the next day. I feel like a game like this, it's like you can ride high all night long, and then you wake up tomorrow and it's like a hangover.
But you got to play again.
Right?
Most recently, I think about Nathan Eovaldi when he pitched in the World Series against the Dodgers with the Red Sox and just laid it out there, right? And that was a back-and-forth battle fight through that game. The Red Sox lost, but they ended up winning the World Series.
1-2 on the way, and Taylor fights it off foul right side out of play. Anderson 97 miles an hour on that fastball. Again, 3 right-handed batters due up in Taylor, Hernandez, and Betts. It looks like, for the most part, the moves have been made on the position player side for both teams. Although we could see an Edwin Rios at some point. We could see a Yoshi Tsutsugo at some point. Here's the 1-2. Check swing. They appeal to first. Didn't go. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It's interesting in the postseason. I mean, you can go back to a wild card round or even a division series where you're hanging on every single pitch. That's just how the focus is. I can't even imagine what it's like for these guys at this point in the World Series in a game like this tonight.
The 2-2, a swing and a ball hit well. Left field, deep. Meadows back over his head and off the fence. It hits him in the leg as it bounces off the fence. Taylor, a big turnaround second, and then retreats to the bag. Aboard with a leadoff double.
Woo! Just missed a home run, by maybe 4 or 5 feet?
Yep.
And he was thinking 3 guys, and Meadows obviously had hit off the fence, hit off of Meadows, got away from him. Probably could have made it, but wisely shuts it down, nobody out. You've got to be pretty much standing up in a situation like this if you're going to make it to third base.
Really no chance for Meadows to catch it on the fly. So the go-ahead run is at second with nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. And the batter is Kike Hernandez. And now meeting on the mound, Kyle Snyder, the pitching coach, is out to talk to Nick Anderson. And somebody's getting up in the bullpen. It looks like John Curtis is getting up in the bullpen for the Rays. I know we hardly ever ask this question anymore. You think there's any chance that Kike Hernandez puts a bunt down right here?
Like Dave Roberts said yesterday, there's always a chance.
Yeah.
There's definitely a chance.
I don't know. I mean, there's a chance. It's hard for me to say. I mean, there's a time where I would say absolutely. Now, I don't know, Dan.
I mean, it never happens anymore, but it feels like this is maybe one of those moments where there's a chance it will happen.
And there's some guys that it's pretty difficult to bunt off of. You have a better chance of having a productive at-bat by swinging away. Even if you don't get a knock, if you can move that runner up 90 feet so he's at third base with less than 2 outs, you increases your chances of scoring a run and taking the lead.
Ryan Sheriff, a left-hander, up alongside John Curtis, a right-hander in the Rays pen. Remember, Austin Barnes squeezed in a run last night in Game 3. They are way in on the corners for the Rays. I mean, way in, especially Choi at first. Taylor at second, nobody out in the top of the 8th inning. He squares, pulls the bat back, and he takes it high, ball 1.
Pretty high chance.
That wasn't a show. That was
real.
Yeah, I'm going to bunt it if I can bunt it.
And when he squared around, G-Man Choi came way in. I mean, I feel like they were going to go after, I don't know if it would have been a successful sacrifice to even get Taylor to third, how in they are.
And Anderson, good execution because you elevate that fastball. You want the batter to pop the ball up in the air.
Yeah.
Make it easy. Don't have to field it and make a play. Get him out of there. Don't advance the runner.
Way in on the corners, especially at first. He squares early, and he pops it up for the third baseman, Wendell, who makes the catch. Couldn't get the bunt down. 1 out.
Exactly what we're saying right there. I mean, that's a missed opportunity for Kike. And when you don't do it very often, don't know that now's the time to try to pull that out and make it happen, especially with the pitcher that can execute up in the zone with really good velocity. Played right into Nick Anderson's hand.
It is sad, though, how much harder it is to get down a bunt. Something that was more automatic for pretty much anybody in the lineup, but especially if you're in the 9th spot.
So they don't get him over the 90 feet. Taylor still at second with a 1 out for Mookie Betts. The shift is on for the Rays. And the second baseman, Lau, now he backs up. He's right behind the runner, Taylor, at second, as the first pitch to Betts fouled off right side. 0-1. Mookie Betts, with everything that's happened in this game, and with Mookie Betts being as great as he is 0 for 4 tonight.
Dan, there was a shot just before Kike Hernandez came up after that double, Chris Taylor. Tyler Glasnow's in the bullpen, which is interesting.
You mean tomorrow's starter, Tyler Glasnow?
Tomorrow's starter is in the bullpen.
Wow. The 0-1. And a swing and a sharply hit ball, but to the shortstop, Adames diving back, Taylor at second. Throw to first, they get Betts, 2 down.
Good base running for sure. Chris Taylor read that right at the shortstop. You get your secondary lead. Anything to the right, I've got a hold, especially hit hard. If he tries to advance to third base, he's thrown out by 10, 15 feet, and you erase that runner out of scoring position.
As you say it now, we turn our attention to the bullpen camera. Tyler Glasnow's riding a stationary bike in the bullpen. Again, he is supposed to start tomorrow. But will they need him tonight? 2 down, here's Corey Seager.
Well, if you ask Tyler, I'm sure he'll pitch tonight and tell Cash tomorrow,
Oh, yeah.
I got 70 pitches.
Absolutely. Anderson backs off. Yeah, Glasnow always wants to take the ball. And they're getting to the point where it looks like it's becoming a consideration. 8th inning, tied at 6. Runner at second, 2 outs now for Seager. And a first pitch swing and a miss. 0-1. Anderson threw him a changeup. He knows how aggressive Seager is on the first pitch. Seager's 3 for 4 with a home run. Sorry, not a changeup. A curveball down and in. And it's 0-1 on Seager. Well, you got to have nerves of steel to be at your best in a game like this. The set by Anderson. And the 0-1. Another curveball down low, a ball and a strike.
Same pitch, a little bit out over the plate, but down, and a good take. Good quick adjustment by Seager. Lay that off. Lay off that.
Taylor with very good speed out at second. He began the inning with a double. Kike Hernandez tried to bunt him over and popped it up. Then Mookie Betts with a sharp ground ball to short. And now it's up to Seager. Adames behind the runner, Taylor out at second, and a fastball misses inside. It is 2-1.
Did you just see the positioning there of how Willy Adames took his spot in front of Chris Taylor? I believe he did that so that Chris Taylor would not be able to perhaps pick up the signs that are being put down by Will Smith, because he quickly retreated back to his spot after the signs were given.
And he's doing it on every pitch. He's standing right in front of Taylor again. And now backs up. I think you're right. The 2-1 on the way, and a swing and a grounder pulled foul up the right side. 2-2.
And that's a workout, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
he's standing there, and then he's quickly backpedaling to get into position.
Imagine if, like, you scraped the heel of your foot and you fell down, backpedaling as the pitcher's delivering the pitch.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
That's how last minute he's backpedaling into position.
Lau is playing Seager to pull, way out onto the outfield grass again. Outfielders are straight away. The Rays tied at bottom 7 on the Kiermaier home run, and the Dodgers trying to get the lead back in the top of the 8th. Anderson backs off the rubber. He's thrown 22 pitches so far. This is the 7th batter he has faced. Came on last inning. He sets. Checks Taylor. And again. And now the 2-2, and a fastball jams him in on his hands. Little pop-up, and it drops into shallow left center for a bloop single, and Taylor comes in to score with the go-ahead run. The 4th hit of the night for Corey Seager, and the Dodgers have the lead once again.
2 of those hits, maybe 3 of them, were hits that missed the barrel, but because Seager fights so hard through the zone, still finds a way to throw it to the outfield grass. And right now, I don't know that you would want anyone else up at the plate, including Mookie Betts.
Boy, and if you're a Rays fan, what a punch in the gut that is. You know, Anderson got in on him, right?
He beat him.
Yep.
I mean, he got in his kitchen, 98 miles an hour on the hands. It was 66 miles an hour off the bat.
And Kevin Cash out to the mound. That is going to be all for Anderson. John Curtis will come into the game. The Dodgers score a run and lead 7-6 in the top of the 8th. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ween. Don't let your savings disappear. 7-6 Dodgers top 8. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling. No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me. Uh-huh. What else? I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore. If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to? I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities, or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at Advanced Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations.
Mark Kestisher, Buster Olney in the studio. What a Game 4 of the World Series. The 8th straight half inning a team has scored. Dodgers take a 7-6 lead over the Rays. Top of the 8th inning pitching change. And Buster, the 2-out run-scoring hits keep piling up for the Dodgers.
The numbers, Kesty, are unbelievable. In the postseason, the Dodgers are hitting .359 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. To put that into context, the Major League Baseball average in the regular season, postseason combined, .236. The Dodgers have scored 57 of their 94 runs this postseason with 2 outs, 60.6%. It's the highest ever in postseason history. Insane, Dan.
It really is insane, but they've just got so many smart, experienced, grind-out-at-bat kind of hitters. They just got so many good hitters. It wasn't an accident they scored as many runs as they did during the regular season. A 4-hit night for Corey Seager. He's driven in a couple of runs. 7-6 Dodgers in the top of the 8th inning, and I know I said it an inning ago, but it bears repeating. It's the top of the 8th now. The last time a team didn't score was the Dodgers in the top of the 4th. From the bottom of the 4th through the top of the 8th, each team has scored at least one run in each turn at bat. Seager at first, 2 down, right-hander John Curtis into the game. For the Rays, he is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th pitcher of the night. And he will face Justin Turner, who's 3 for 4. Single, double, homer. First pitch swing and a miss at a slider that was outside. It's 0-1.
Again, and at least with a 1-run lead, lefty Adam Kolarek, the Dodgers will be on most likely to face Julian Meadows in the bottom half of this inning.
And if you're Dave Roberts, you're feeling pretty good about that. 4 outfielders now for the Rays against Turner. Here's the 0-1 and a swing and a ground ball, base hit into left field. Meadows in to get it, and coming around to third on the play is Seager. I think that's the first time we've seen 4 outfielders with a runner on. We've seen it a lot in the playoffs, but I don't know that we've seen it with a runner on. It's a base hit into left, and it's first and third for the Dodgers.
Well, Kevin Cash today said that, yeah, they have upped the frequency of use of the 4 outfielders here in the postseason, here in this World Series.
Because of how good this Dodgers team offensively is. So they want to aggressively try to place where they think that they can beat them.
And he said if they want to change their approach and hit the ball on the ground for a base hit, they can have it all day long. They don't want them to swing and keep the normal approach and possibly hit it deep into the outfield or over the fence.
Now Max Muncy. They've gone back to 3 outfielders now. There are runners at first and third. The Rays have gone again into an extreme shift. Lau is way over towards the first base line and way out into the outfield. And the first pitch to Muncy right down the middle. 0-1.
How about this? When was the last time that we've seen, we're talking about in the bottom of this inning, Kolaric's going to come in. He's going to have 3 lefties in a row, Joy, Meadows, and Lau. Have we seen that this postseason?
So. I don't think we have. The 0-1 fastball over the outside corner, 0-2. And 2 of those spots were originally occupied by right-handed batters, but Kevin Cash brought in some pinch hitters a couple of innings ago. And there are no righties on the bench. He only had lefties on the bench tonight because all of his righties were in the starting lineup against a lefty, if you see what I'm getting at.
Try to keep up.
This is wild stuff, man. Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a ground ball weakly hit towards second. Charging Lau, throw to first in time. They get Muncy and the side is retired. But the Dodgers get a run. Corey Seager drives it in. And going to the bottom of the 8th, it's 7-6 L.A. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Picking up an online order? No problem. It'll just be a moment. You know, we've got more convenient ways to shop besides our same-day store pickup. You can also shop from your car with our free curbside pickup. Or you can even shop completely from home with our free next-day delivery. Just order by 10 p.m. on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Free next-day delivery on eligible orders. Restrictions at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Pros today have to do whatever the job calls for, and the Home Depot is here to help make that easier. With a wide range of delivery options, you can get what you need, from job lot quantities to small supply runs, delivered where and when you need it. Don't want to buy the tool? Rent it. We've got the most innovative products and more ways for pros to find them, in-store and online. Pros are changing, so are we. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
I'm Dr. Baker, an ER physician. If you're having leg pain, swelling, or redness, but haven't talked to your doctor yet, don't wait. This could be deep vein thrombosis, a blood clot which could travel to your lungs and lead to a pulmonary embolism, which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing and be deadly. Your symptoms could mean something serious, so don't wait. Talk to a doctor right away, by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer. At Navy Federal Credit Union, our arms are wide open to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Space Force, and the DoD. All are welcome to join, whether you're active duty, a veteran, or if you have family who have served. We've always got your six. That's why members earn and save $361 more per year by banking with us. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org. Dollar value based on 2019 study by Navy Federal.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Bottom of the 8th inning, and the Dodgers lead the Rays 7-6 in an absolutely crazy game. Adam Kolaric is into the game now to protect this one-run lead. Brought to you by Pennzoil. Pennzoil synthetic motor oils are made from natural gas. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil, based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. A 4-hit night for Corey Seager. A 4-hit night for Justin Turner. The Dodgers are out hitting the Rays 14-7 and leading 7-6 going bottom 8. And now Kolaric, the lefty, who began his major league career with the Rays in his second year with the Dodgers, comes on to face 3 left-handed batters: Ji-Man Choi, Austin Meadows, and Brandon Lau. Choi actually, for the first 2-3 weeks of the regular season, experimented as a switch hitter, batted right-handed every now and again, something he'd been doing in summer camp, messing around with, as he shows bunt as if he's going to push one for a base hit, but the third baseman, Turner, I mean, he's not given that much ground.
I think that he was looking at pulling it with him because they're playing so deep on the right side of the infield. Second baseman, he's well into right field, probably a good 10 feet out on the grass.
And Kolaric, the lefty, will fall off to third base. He's doing it again. Shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and it's 2-0. Maybe he's just messing with Kolaric at this point. Or maybe because he's Ji-Man Choi and he's a superhero, he can pop a bunt over Turner's head into left field.
Guys, here's what the plan is. Joy's going to bunt on for base hit, steal second, steal third.
Okay, now.
Score on a sac fly. That's the superhero that's hidden inside there.
Here's the 2-0 on the way. He doesn't show bunt, and he takes ball 3. Maybe he's just messing with his ex-teammate here in Kolarek. Choi, Meadows, Lau. 7-6 Dodgers, bottom 8. The Dodgers lead the series 2-1. Game 5 tomorrow. Brusdar Graterol is throwing in the bullpen right now for L.A. Here's the 3-0. And it's inside. Ball 4. Now remember, Kolarek has to face 3 batters. But he probably would anyways because they're all left-handed batters. But clearly Graterol is going to come in when Adames comes up. But let's see what Kolarek can accomplish first against these lefties. So now it'll be Meadows, who was 0 for 1 on the night, came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning, and he struck out. Choi being held on at first by Muncy, the third baseman Turner. Way off the line at third and right on the cut of the grass. Meadows 2 for 10 in the World Series. Another lefty-lefty matchup. And the pitch is in for a strike over the inside corner. I wouldn't quite call Kolarek a side armor. I'd call him more of a slinger, but it still is an uncomfortable at bat for a lefty.
Yeah, it's still, out of the release point. It's kind of coming at your body, it looks like. And, then has the opportunity to run completely away from you if he throws it glove side, but then also run in on your hands.
The 0-1 and a swing and a little jam shot into center field, but it's hanging up for Taylor to make the catch. Choi had gone halfway, now back to first, 1 down. So here's my next question, because we love to play armchair manager. They got some real speed on the bench in Brett Phillips. And if Choi gets to second, are we going to see a pinch runner for him? I would think there's a pretty good chance.
We might even see a pinch runner if it gets to 2 outs. And they're looking at, we want the speed to be able to score from first on a double, in the gap, or a ball down the right field line or something, or left field line even.
I got some news for you guys. There's the first pitch to Lau. Fastball for a strike. Blake Snell is throwing in the bullpen for Tampa Bay. He is scheduled to start in Game 6. This would be like his throw day. Glasnow was riding a bike. They might go to Snell if they need an arm. The 0-1. And a swing at the ball sent foul left side. Quickly 0-2 on Lau.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, you're guaranteed to have a Game 5. Glasnow, you're not guaranteed to have a Game 6. So if you're going to deploy someone that's maybe not at full strength, and looking at the lineup, you're going to have lefties in there. So, yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, Snell threw 88 pitches 3 days ago. The 0-2 swing and a miss. Tied him up inside. And Lau strikes out, 2 down. And now with the right hand hitting Willy Adames due up, here comes Dave Roberts. He's going to make the move to Brusdar Graterol. So it is 7-6 Dodgers with a runner at first, 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. It's October, and that means it's Geico-ween. Don't let your savings disappear. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, our arms are wide open to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Space Force, and the DoD. All are welcome to join, whether you're active duty, a veteran, or if you have family who have served. We've always got your six. That's why members earn and save $361 more per year by banking with us. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA. Visit NavyFederal.org. Dollar value based on 2019 study by Navy Federal.
My husband, Alex Hussey, was hit by an IED in Afghanistan.
I was point man on foot patrol, and I stopped on the bomb. Lost my legs and my left hand in an explosion.
DAV helps veterans of every generation to get the benefits they've earned.
To see Alex learning to snow ski, that's life-changing.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
This has meant so much. Thank you, DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Mark Kestisher, Buster Olney in the studio. We are in the 8th inning. Dodgers leading Game 4 of the World Series 7-6. Rays have the tying run at first with 2 down. And Buster, Brusdar Graterol coming into the game out of the Dodger bullpen. The journey for Graterol to get to this very moment.
Yeah, pretty unusual. He originally, as part of the Mookie Betts trade that was tentatively agreed to, was supposed to go to the Boston Red Sox. But an issue popped up during the physical examinations, during the medical review. So the deal was restructured, and the Dodgers said, you know what? We love his arm. We'll take him. And Dan, that's how he's in the ball game right now, Game 4 of the World Series.
And aren't they happy, Kesty and Buster, that it worked out that way, because he's really good. And he must be physically okay because he throws 102 sometimes. So he's coming on with a runner at first, 2 down. The Dodgers up 7-6. In the bottom of the 8th, and he's going to face Willy Adames, the shortstop for the Rays, who is 0 for 3. Choi is the runner at first with 2 down. Graterol in the postseason, 7 appearances, 6 2/3, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. The interesting thing is, considering he throws as hard as he does not get that many strikeouts, but like Dustin May, he's a 2-seam guy, so he gets contact. And he has quickly become a very trusted member of the bullpen. The first pitch to Adames, up and in at 99, ball 1.
No relief pitcher threw more pitches at 100 miles an hour or more than Brusdar Graterol. 61 during the regular season. I mean,
he's got to be feeling pretty strong right now. Hasn't pitched since last Saturday or Sunday?
And he just looks like he's playing catch with the catcher. Here's the 1-0 swing and a miss, and it's coming out at 100 like that one did, 1-1.
Doesn't get a ton of spin with that velocity, and that's why you don't see the same swing and miss that, let's say, like a fastball like Walker Buehler.
Now another pitch inside, a fastball up and in, 2-1. With a runner at first, 2 down. Well, actually, he came in last night, remember, but had a very quick inning. 3 up, 3 down, only 7 pitches. 2-1. And a swing and a fly ball in off the hands, dropping into shallow left field. It'll drop in front of Peterson for a base hit. Couldn't get there. A bloop single for Adames on a ball that was in the air for a while, but Peterson couldn't get there. Up to second on the play goes Choi.
As close as they were with Corey Seager going back, I know it's hard in real time, but Jock Peterson could have slid to try to make this catch. And had it dropped, Corey Seager would have been right there to be able to circle it and keep the runners from advancing.
A broken bat single to move the tying run to second, and now we see the pinch runner. Phillips coming in for Choi. Phillips, an outfielder, great speed. And the Rays right now knowing that he can score on a base hit. Can they get a base hit? The batter is going to be Hunter Renfroe. 1 for 3 tonight. The one, a monster home run to left field back in the 5th inning. Dodgers 7, Rays 6. Phillips at second, Adames at first, 2 down. Graterol facing Renfroe. And the pitch. And a slider is in. Whoa, wait a minute. They didn't call it a strike. Wow. That was right down the middle of the plate. It was a cross-up, so the catcher had to stab at it. Smith had to stab at it, but I mean, it had a ton of the strike zone, but the movement and the stabbing motion cost them a strike. That ball, we'll look at a replay, that ball had a lot of the strike zone, and they don't get the call.
No, when you think about where Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire, was set up over the left shoulder of Will Smith, who was set up on the inside part of the plate for Renfroe. So when he sees Smith reach to his right, that looks far away to him.
Yep. And definitely a cross-up, meeting on the mound, runner at second, more intricate set of signs, and you could see the way that Smith stabbed at it, that he was expecting a fastball. So it is 1-0 on Renfroe. Rays down a run in the bottom of the 8th, trailing in the series 2-1 on the pitch. A fastball a little bit high. Ball 2.
And Victor Gonzalez up throwing again in the Dodgers bullpen.
Here's the 2-0. Swing and a fly ball lifted in the air to shallow right field. Not deep at all. Mookie Betts is there. Puts the squeeze on it, and the inning is over. The Rays leave a couple of men on. We're at the end of 8 with the Dodgers leading 7-6. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
During the offseason, SiriusXM NBA Radio is your home for the latest news before it happens.
Talk with Nick Nurse.
Nate Bjorkgren has been with me a long time. He's going to be a finalist for the Pacer job, and he's a good one.
And after.
The Indiana Pacers, they hired Nate Bjorkgren, and the president, Kevin Pritchard, joins us.
The thing about Nate is his enthusiasm really shines through very quickly.
Hear about your team's next move on SiriusXM NBA Radio, Sirius 207, XM86, or however you stream in the house.
Gentlemen, touchdown! Titans!
Hear every NFL game all season long on the SiriusXM app.
Patrick Mahomes with Mahomes magic!
Your hometown announcers bring you all the action.
Snap, A-Rod fires the middle, down and grab, touchdown!
And if you missed a big play, the game replay is available on the app the next day. Just type your team's name into the search bar and start streaming.
Lamar Jackson, right up the middle!
Take the excitement of the NFL wherever you go with the SiriusXM app.
You need a space where you can come and get knowledge and a vision for tomorrow. That's what Urban View is.
We encourage people to get educated on the issues.
Because we're not just in a viral pandemic, we are in a racial pandemic.
It impacts all of us.
We're not promising you a cure, but we are promising to open your mind.
That's how we empower our listeners to change our society.
We're going to give you all of the goods.
On Sirius XM.
Urban View.
Channel 126.
Where talk empowers
and becomes action.
Let's do it. A classic hip-hop channel like no other.
Hey, yo, you got the RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan.
It's your homie Ice Cube.
Yo, this is the Queen Latifah.
It's your boy Busta Rhymes.
What up, though? It's your boy Big Snoop Dogg.
Curated by LL Cool J.
Real hip-hop fans that love hip-hop music, this is for you.
Rock the Bells Radio. Channel 43, or listen at home with the Amazon Alexa Google Assistant, or however you stream in the house. Yo, the movement has already begun. Where are you?
This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
To the top of the 9th inning in Game 4, Dan Shulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, the Dodgers 7 and the Rays 6. In a crazy game, John Curtis is back on the mound for the Rays. Defensive changes for Tampa Bay. Brett Phillips stays in the game and goes to right field. Hunter Renfroe will come in to play first base, where he has played a grand total of 9 innings in his major league career. He's an outfielder by trade, but twice he was at first base for the Rays this year, once as a start, once off the bench, and they're going to put him there now. There have been all kinds of changes defensively for the Rays. Curtis is their 7th pitcher. They clawed their way back into the game, actually took the lead, gave it right back, almost tied it up again. And now the Dodgers lead by 1, top 9. Will Smith leading it off against John Curtis, and he takes high ball 1. Smith, Bellinger, Peterson, 5, 6, 7 coming up for the Dodgers. 4 outfielders for the Rays to begin the top of the 9. 2 infielders on the left side, 1 on the right. And the 1-0, he chased a slider away, 1-1. Lau, the second baseman's gone to right field. Phillips is in right center. Kiermaier's in left center. Meadows in deep left. Dave Roberts said he doesn't think this, distracts or bothers his hitters at all. They know what to expect. Now a swing and a fly ball to left center field, actually more straightaway left, and it'll be Meadows there, 1 down. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, the hitters due up for the Rays: Mike Zunino, Kevin Kiermaier, and Joey Wendell, 8, 9, and 1. They've got 2 left-handed bats on the bench, the backup catcher Michael Perez and Yoshi Tsutsugo. Kenley Jansen is throwing in the bullpen for the Dodgers.
Well, there was a time earlier in the postseason where you'd say, oh, it should be a breeze, but not with the way Kiermaier's swinging lately.
Yeah, you're right. First pitch is high, ball 1 to Cody Bellinger. A game about 3 hours and 50 minutes old here, top of the ninth. The 1-0 and a swing and a ball popped up by Bellinger. Shallow center field. Again, the 4 outfielders. This will be Kiermaier, the center fielder, coming over from left center to make the catch. 2 down as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
Boxing, wrestling, and mixed martial arts. Your home for all things fighting is SiriusXM Fight Nation, Channel 156.
2 down in the top of the ninth inning, and the Dodgers lead 7-6, trying to take a 3-1 lead into Game 5 tomorrow night with Clayton Kershaw on the mound. But they got to win this one first. Here's Jock Peterson, maybe the biggest hit of the night, the 2-run single as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. Curtis sets, and the big right-hander deals, and a fastball swung on and grounded into right field. Found some room between Adames and Lau, even with a shift on, and Peterson's 2 for 2.
Late entry into the ball game, but making the most, and nothing bigger than that last at bat, that 2-run single to right.
Just off the glove of Brandon Lau, who did like a Superman dive to his right in right field, and it ticked off the edge of his glove, landing it right for a 2-run single. One of the many, many big moments in this game. The batter now is Chris Taylor. Curtis fires to first, back in standing up is Peterson. (7-6) Dodgers. Jansen going over a chart out in the bullpen, getting familiar with the hitters he's going to face. And the first pitch from Curtis to Taylor comes in low, ball 1. Kershaw will start for the Dodgers tomorrow. Tyler Glasnow, the scheduled starter for the Rays tomorrow. Taylor on the night, 1 for 4, doubled and scored his last time up as he takes a fastball outside, ball 2.
Well, there's a chance maybe Jock Peterson catches John Curtis sleeping a little bit, steals second, gets into scoring position, as the Dodgers could use an extra insurance run in this game.
Here's the 2-0, and a fastball swung on, hit to right field. It's playable. Phillips is there, and he's got it, and that's that. To the bottom of the ninth, Kenley Jansen will be coming in from the bullpen. The Dodgers leading 7-6. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by AutoZone.
It's time for some straight talk. You know what covering your bases is in baseball, right? Making sure you have no holes in your defense. Well, that's the kind of coverage you get with Straight Talk Wireless. And you'll pay up to 50% less than big carriers and still use their same networks. Just $45 a month gets you the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data and 2G. No contract, no mystery fees. Fully covering your bases for 50% less. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
It's time for MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run, presented by MLB Network, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Are there terrific baseball players in your town? Here's a great opportunity to test their abilities. Get your community involved by hosting a local competition for the chance to compete in the finals during the 2021 MLB All-Star Week in Atlanta. Sign up for free at pitchhitrun.com.
It could be a routine drive to pick up the kids after school or an epic road trip across the country. No matter where your travels take you, we know those miles count. We're Marathon. We have over 5,700 stations across our great nation. Our people are working hard every day to provide you with quality top-tier gasoline to improve engine performance and fuel your life. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Fall is in the air. Fall projects are on the list, and the Home Depot is ready with more ways than ever to help. Use our mobile app to search, shop, and save. Choose flexible delivery options that bring everything you need right to your door. And if you need tools for a project, but not forever, you can rent them. You won't find a better toolbox anywhere else. Take on fall and fall projects now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
To the bottom of the ninth in Game 4 of the World Series, the Dodgers leading the Rays 7-6. Don't miss Game 5 of the series tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Time on Fox and right here on ESPN Radio as well. Dan Schulman, Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, Kenley Jansen on the mound right now for the Dodgers. A guy who looked like he had lost his grip on the closer's role for the Dodgers, but he's come back strong recently, although last night he did give up a home run to Randy Arozarena. Arozarena's due up fourth in the bottom of the ninth in a one-run game. First things first, Yoshi Tsutsugo comes off the bench to bat for Mike Zunino. Tsutsugo, a left-handed batter, 197, 8 home runs during the regular season. And the first pitch from Jansen, down low, ball one. So it'll be Tsutsugo, Kiermaier, Wendell. And if anybody gets on, Arozarena. Kind of a fitting way for this last inning, right? Given the way this game's gone. However it ends. Jansen sets. And the 1-0 on the way. Check swing and a ball up high. 2 balls and no strikes. Jansen has talked about working on his mechanics. Everything's coming together. The velocity, the command, it's all come back for him in the last week and a half or so. And he is once again the guy at the end of the bullpen for the Dodgers. They're up by 1 here in the bottom of the ninth. The set. And the 2-0 on the way. A swing and a foul back, 2-1. 89 caught some of the plate. Tsutsugo had a pretty good pass at that ball.
Almost caught some of the hands. That cutter, it's just filthy. Just finds heat, right? And the heat of the hands somehow just gets in there just enough. Can look good, especially at that velocity. But just so devastating when he is finishing that pitch.
Gratterall got the last out in the 8th. Jansen out of the bullpen for the 9th. And the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Like a four-seamer, huh? Stayed pretty true on that inner third of the plate.
But his velocity's lower tonight.
Yes.
It's 91 with the fastball, 89 with the cutter, as opposed to like 94 and 91 that we've seen recently. Will that make a difference? 2-2 the count. Pitch on the way to Tsutsugo. Swing and a miss. There's 94. Down at the bottom of the zone. 1 down.
He was just waiting, Dan. He literally just fired back on that last one. I mean, from 91-2 to 94, and this is down in the zone. This is actually more the cookie zone for Tsutsugo. But he gets the swing and miss because he adds 3 miles an hour that he pulled from his back pocket and fired it past him for strike 3.
So 1 down in the bottom of the 9th. And now Kevin Kiermaier, who homered his last time up, and has 2 home runs in the World Series already. 1 down, 7-6 Dodgers. The set, the pitch. Swing and a miss and a broken bat. Little flare to shallow center and just beyond the reach of a diving Kike Hernandez. Kiermaier standing at first with the knob of the bat still in his hand. And a guy with speed is aboard with 1 out of the 9th inning. In a 1-run game. As Joey Wendell comes up and Randy Arozarena moves into the on-deck circle.
And Kenley Jansen does not hold runners well, so be interesting to see if Kevin Kiermaier is going to have a green light to try to get in a scoring position and make it just a little bit easier or perhaps not as difficult to tie up this ball game.
Kike Hernandez giving it his best effort and missed it by 6 inches, maybe. And it drops in over his outstretched glove at a right center for a base hit. Here's Joey Wendell. Jansen a throw to first. Kiermaier back in. Wendell's first at bat of the night. Came on as a pinch runner in the 7th inning. Left-handed batter, not a ton of power. Puts up a good fight at the plate, uses the whole field. They do have the shift on. Seager just around to the right of second base. The tying run at first with 1 out of the 9th inning. Kiermaier the lead, not going, and Wendell takes low, ball 1. Again, Arozarena is in the on-deck circle. Double-barreled activity in the bullpen for the Rays. Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow are both throwing right now for Tampa Bay.
People are saying, what is this, Game 7?
Wow, what a game. Throw to first. Kiermaier back in ahead of it.
I mean, you talk about all in for a Game 4. This is what Tampa Bay has done. They have pushed in every bench player. It feels like every pitcher.
Yep. And right now, Snell is throwing harder than Glasnow is. Like Snell's throwing. Glasnow's kind of playing catch. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a foul back by Wendell, 1-1.
And just to sort of pace things, we mentioned this last inning, but it's better if Snell is your go-to guy and you have Glasnow lined up on regular rest to start tomorrow. You're guaranteed to have a Game 5. You're not guaranteed to have a Game 6. So Snell would be the guy if you can go that direction to get into this ball game.
7-6 Dodgers, runner at first, 1 out, bottom of the 9th. Kiermaier the lead. Not going. 1-1 pitch, very high. 2-1 on Wendell. And forgive me, I know I've said it twice already. Randy Arozarena's on deck. He's homered tonight. He homered last night off Jansen. And unless Wendell hits into a double play, he's coming up this inning. This is the good stuff, guys.
This is the stay in the car.
Yeah.
Just leave it running on the driveway. Don't go in the house. You might miss something great.
Jansen the set. 2-1 on the way. And Wendell lines a ball to left field, going back, reaching up. Peterson makes a running catch in left center. 2 down, back to first goes Kiermaier.
It's a good pass at the ball. Nice backspin. Perfect drop step and angle for Jock Peterson to run that ball down, not make it too difficult. You take a bad route to that, little banana route, and all of a sudden you're having to go back deep at a sharp angle. That's where the ball can play you a little bit.
So here's Arozarena, and Mark Pryor, the pitching coach, is out to the mound, and Jansen's probably like, yeah, I know he hit a homer off me last night. Oh, I was there.
I won't give him the cutter middle again.
Right.
Got it.
And if you're Arozarena and Singy, because you've been on the American League side with me, for a while, for a few days, we saw Arozarena get a little big, get a little jumpy, trying to do a little too much. He can be great he's actually better if he doesn't try to do that. How do you keep yourself from trying to do too much in this moment?
Well, I mean, this is a moment bigger than anything I ever experienced in my career, but I would just speak to anything that's, consistent through dealing with pressure situations is just breathing, allowing yourself to relax, trying to slow the game down the best you can, and then just trying to be a good hitter. Instead of trying to be a home run hitter right now, every time he tries to be a good hitter, he makes mistakes, Dan, and those mistakes are home runs.
He drilled it to left off Jansen last night. Kiermaier at first. The Rays down to their last out. And a first pitch fastball right down the middle. It's 0-1.
And to clarify that, what I mean, talk to most hitters, home runs are mistakes. Like, I was a little bit quick. They were trying to just be good hitters, right, and they caught a ball out in front, and it goes over the fence.
9 home runs in the postseason already for Arozarena. 0-1 the count, and now Jansen steps off. Looks over to first. Kiermaier goes back to the bag. The second baseman, Kike Hernandez, playing Arozarena up the middle, just to the right of second base. The outfielders are straight away. Kiermaier can fly. 0-1 on Arozarena as Jansen sets. And the pitch on the way, down and away, and blocked by the catcher Smith. It's a ball and a strike.
If you're Tampa Bay, you almost don't want the runner Kiermaier to even get to second base, because then to me that's an automatic walk. You put Arozarena on base knowing that Brett Phillips should be the one on deck, who was a pinch runner.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Yep, Phillips came on for Choi. Jansen, that last pitch was a slider, which he doesn't throw very often. His third pitch, another throw to first, and he's just soft tossing over there. Jansen, heavy cutter use, as everybody knows. Throws a lot of fastballs as well, whether they're 2s or 4s, and then the odd slider, and that last pitch was an 83-mile-an-hour slider to Arozarena. 1-1 the count, ready to go now. And the pitch on the way, and a slider popped up by Arozarena, but it's going to get back out of play into the seats. Back to back, he's gone with his least used pitch here in an unbelievably critical moment. And he's out in front, 1-2.
If you could ever need a breaking ball more for Kenley Jansen, it's now. I mean, you have the toughest fastball hitting hitter in all of postseason right now in Randy Arozarena. I don't care if it's a fastball or if it's a cutter. He's been all over it.
The Rays down to their last strike. The Dodgers leading 7-6 in the bottom of the ninth. Kiermaier at first, 2 down. Jansen sets. Arozarena waits. And the 1-2 on the way. He checked the swing on a cutter that was just a couple of inches outside. 2-2.
And that's a great job by Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire. Bear down on that pitch. Make sure that you're being fair to both sides. And he got the call right for Randy Arozarena.
Boy, everybody did their job well. Jansen threw a good pitch. Arozarena with a good take. Guccione with the right call. And it is 2-2 now on Arozarena. A swing of the bat could win it. Jansen trying to end it. The 2-2 on the way outside with a cutter. Not close there. And it's 3-2. And now Kiermaier gets a running start. And if Arozarena finds a gap or hits one down the line, he'd be almost a shoo-in to score.
I feel at this point, you basically want to put him on. Maybe you don't want to put the hand up and say, we're going to intentionally, but I can't imagine Jansen is going to throw this pitch in the strike zone.
Rhett Phillips on deck. 3-2 on Arozarena. Runner goes, and the pitch is swinging. A little chopper hit toward third. It will go foul before Turner gets there, so we'll do it all over again.
There's the slider again, and Randy Arozarena having to protect from the cutter, the fastball away. They've been just going away. He throws on the slider, barely foul off the end of the bat.
So Brett Phillips, if you're wondering, this year came over in a deal from Kansas City, had 51 at-bats on the season, hit 196 with a couple of homers. He is clearly nowhere near the offensive player that Randy Arozarena is, but the Dodgers are pitching to Arozarena with a runner at first as opposed to Phillips with runners at first and second. Kiermaier will be on the move again. Jansen sets. There goes the runner, and the 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. Arozarena walks, and now Phillips is coming to the plate.
It's the right play there with Jansen. I mean, the pitch before, he threw a breaking ball off the plate away. It was ball 4. Arozarena expanded the zone. He fouled it off. You don't want to give him a pitch to hit, even though you've now put Kiermaier into scoring position in a 3-2 count. Kiermaier's running on the pitch anyway, so it's just like he's in scoring position. So if you let Arozarena hit and he hits the ball in the gap, Kiermaier's going to score. So I think they played it right there.
So now it's up to Brett Phillips. Again, Phillips hit 196 this year in 51 at-bats. A very good defensive player, a very fast runner, not known much for the bat. He has a total of 2 career playoff at-bats. They came in the division series against the Yankees. He wasn't on the roster against Houston, put back on the roster for the World Series. What a spot for him to be in. They've got the shift on against him. As the pitch from Jansen, a cutter that misses inside, close again, but again the right call from Chris Guccione, and it's ball 1. And you may be able to hear, wherever you're listening, Dodger fans booing the fact that that wasn't called a strike, but it was inside.
That was a very well-executed pitch. I don't know how Phillips doesn't swing at that. I mean, it's so close. You're coming off the bench.
1-0, and a cutter. This one catches the inside corner, and it's 1-1. And we're talking about a difference of millimeters, really, between the two pitches.
Yeah, and Jansen hasn't really gotten any information yet from Phillips. He hasn't swung at that pitch, so you don't know what his path to the ball is like, and neither does Will Smith. So they need to get a little information so that they can try to move through this successfully and retire Phillips, win this ball game.
Kiermaier at second, the tying run. Arozarena at first, the winning run, with 2 down in the 9th inning and a 1-1 count on Phillips. Jansen comes set, glances back at Kiermaier, and a second time. And the 1-1 on the way, and a fastball catches the outside corner. Didn't throw him a cutter there. Threw him a fastball to the outside corner. May have gotten a generous call, and it's now 1-2. And now if you're Phillips, you got to expand your zone, and you don't know if he's going to throw, whether it's a 2 or 4-seamer away or a cutter in. But you got to protect. That was a tough call there for Phillips.
I don't think it was a strike.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think you got to go out there again, Dan, see if he'll chase.
1-2. Again, they're down to their final strike. And the pitch, a swing and a ball lined into right center, a base hit. Kiermaier around third. It's booted by Taylor. Arozarena coming home, and now he's caught. And now Smith drops the ball, and Arozarena scores. Smith had the ball. At the plate, they had Arozarena caught. And he lost the ball. It dropped out of his mitt. Arozarena slides in, and somehow, miraculously, the Rays have won the game. I have never seen anything like that in my life.
Speechless. What an unbelievable game. One of the best games we have ever witnessed. Period.
Somehow, Brett Phillips comes off the bench, comes up with a base hit. The tying run scores. Arozarena would have been out by 30 feet at the plate. Smith had the ball, and somehow it came out of his mitt and rolled away to the right. Arozarena took off for home, slid in safely, and against all odds, the Tampa Bay Rays have won the game and have tied the series at 2.
Unbelievable. Just said you've got to go back outside with the fastball, throw it a little bit off the plate. A pitch was just called for a strike there. Even if it's not called for a strike the next time, you're going to have Phillips leaning out, and then he'd be susceptible for the cutter. Never gave you any information. You try to go back to the cutter. You gave him a pitch that he could at least get the bat to, and if you can get the bat to it, you got a chance to put it when you put it in play.
There's so much more that we just saw on the replay. Arozarena fell down between third and home. He was lying on the ground, got back up. Smith didn't know it. He took the relay throw and tried to swipe a tag down on a runner who wasn't there, wasn't anywhere near the plate. And when he swiped his glove to where he thought the runner was, the ball flew out of his mitt. Also, remember, Taylor kicked it around in the outfield. So 2 misplays defensively. And Arozarena comes in to score, and Tampa Bay wins the game. And forgive me, another look at it. Smith did try to swipe the tag, but he never cleanly caught the throw. And it glanced off his mitt, went away from him, and somehow, in an incredible, miraculous finish, the Tampa Bay Rays, who guys seem to be swimming upstream the whole night. They find a way to win the game and tie the series.
Oh, my goodness. This is just unbelievable, but it's awesome at the same time for the Rays. It changes the entire series. Instead of going into Game 5 down 3-1 with Clayton Kershaw on the mound, they've got their starter fresh. It's tied at 2. Glasnow and Kershaw tomorrow night.
This was Game 7 for the Rays. Even the way they were celebrating, Brett Phillips running around the outfield with the entire team chasing him. It felt like the entire series, Dan, rested on this game. That's why they went all in.
The last guy you'd ever expect to be at the plate in that situation came up with the biggest hit of his life, and a couple of runs score, and the Rays win the baseball game 8-7 in about as crazy a World Series game as you will ever see, and they have tied the series at 2 wins apiece. Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio is brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union, proud to serve members of the Armed Forces, DoD, veterans, and their families. Our members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. And by Cintas. More than 1 million businesses trust Cintas to help them stay clean and safe. Learn how they can get your business ready at Cintas.com. Cintas, ready for the workday. What a ball game, and what a win for Tampa Bay, and what a series. Now tied up at 2 apiece after the Rays beat the Dodgers 8-7. For Chris Singleton, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, and our producer Justin Ware, I'm Dan Schulman saying thanks for listening as we send it to Mark Kestisher with the postgame show.
Wow, Dan, what a finish in Game 4, a World Series that didn't have a lead change for the first 32 innings, had 4 of them tonight, and the last one, the wildest of them all, a 26-year-old journeyman at the plate in Brett Phillips. And wow, a career 202 hitter, got it done. And then, of course, the wildness in the field and Randy Arozarena coming around third and tumbling and eventually scoring. And Tampa Bay wins it 8-7 to even this World Series at 2 games apiece. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. We got some highlights for you. Buster Olney will join me as the Tampa Bay Rays, down to their last strike, beat the Dodgers 8-7. Major League Baseball on ESPN Radio has been presented by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, proven tough battery selection. That's what makes AutoZone your battery solution, where help is always in stock. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Up next on our Baseball Tonight postgame show, the wild highlights of this Rays Game 4 comeback victory. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.